Okay, hello and welcome to day three of the We Are One festival in conjunction with a lot of different organisations that we're going to speak about today between Glasgow, Scotland, Los Angeles, funnily enough, that's in America, and we have got Finland as well. So I'm back today for part two, and I'm joined by my wonderful co-host. Well, that's what it says here anyway. Clive Layton. It's the man behind all the music content this year at the festival. Hi, Clive.
How are you doing, Michael? Thank you for
Not
that lovely introduction. I just have to say it's wonderful to be here in the office, in my house.
But yeah.
I'm somewhere else.
I mean, at the beginning of these events, Clive, we usually say, before we start, the toilets are outside and then to your left, but because everybody's in their own house, well, you know where your toilets are because you're in your own house. And if I knew where your toilets were, Clive, well, you might have to phone the police because you would think, he's in at Clive's house, you know. Anyway, so first of all, I would like to thank Webinar Wednesday today. Fun enough, today's Wednesday, that was why they're called Webinar Wednesday. They're on every single Wednesday on the In Control Facebook page at 11 o'clock. And also we had the Scottish Commission for Learning Disabilities. They done a webinar today about the lack of people with learning disabilities in employment. So we'll speak about that later on, Clive.
I believe we will. We'll be speaking about a lot of stuff later on. Before I forget, I have to say I'm not responsible for all the music. There's a whole bunch of people. All the musicians themselves are responsible for their music, and I'm responsible for choosing most of it, along with our esteemed colleague, the wonderful Gary. He's basically chosen a few little acts himself to add to my little list. So between Gary and I, we've pretty much sourced all the music. So you've got to give him some credit / responsibility as well. So cheers, Gary.
So on Monday we heard the first reminiscent of the song for the We Are One festival, and I quite like it. So I think we're going to do that again, don't you, Clive?
I believe we are. Thank you for that absolutely smooth segue. And maybe I should just introduce it. This is We Are One from George Borowski and the Fabulous Wonderfuls. Take it away, chaps.
Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. I am one, you are two. We are here to be and do. A lonely bell will tear the eye. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. The moon comes down and lifts the wave, also the way that we behave. Girls will dance, soldiers will cry. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Breaking bread, helping hands, an open heart will understand. Keep the faith, so will I. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky.
There we go then. So that was, you'll hear that song many times this week, but it's a good song, Clive.
Yeah, pretty marvellous stuff. The story of how it came about is almost interesting. Let's see if I can make it even more almost interesting. George is a bit of a music industry legend, definitely a Manchester music industry legend. He's been around for years and years and years, and the famous story goes, which you should know about it because it's famous. Dire Straits, Sultans of Swing, they mentioned Guitar George having all the cards. Well, George is, apart from being a phenomenal performer, he's also a guitar tech for an amazing amount of bands. Check him out. And Dire Straits and a few others amongst them. So hence George being known as Guitar George everywhere he goes. His representatives dropped me a wee line, good old Karen, or good young Karen as I should say, and just said, did you know we wrote a song, We Are One, in 2017? And no, I did not, because obviously we created our festival, we chose that name, and George has chosen the name for his song. So she thought it'd be a great idea if the worlds collided, and they have. So with a little bit of jiggery pokery and our people talking to their people, all the rest of it, copyright and production and all the other performance rights, basically publishing rights is the word I was looking for. They've allowed us to use the song as our theme tune right throughout the series and maybe even beyond. So great, the lyrics are fantastic, and George's website is actively being promoted throughout this week, and you'll see it beginning and end of each rendition of his videos. So it's just lovely. It's inclusive. And when he contacts us, what could we say except an enthusiastic yes? So there you go. I hope that was almost interesting for you, Michael.
There you go. So, we are now in day 3 of the festival. It seems like 133 days because we've been working on this festival for a long time. And there's a big, massive team behind us, and you'll get to see them when the weeks goes on. But I'm sure, here we go. I forgot what I was going to say there, Clive. What's that?
I'm not going to tell you what you were going to say.
Yeah, I know, because I don't know either. So here's the first video of today then. You'll see this guy on Friday night as part of Electronic Glasgow. His name is Gary Lawson, and he's going to speak about how he got involved in the We Are One Festival.
Brilliant. I can't wait to see it.
My name's Gary Lawson, and I've been involved in event promotions since the beginning of the 90s, with electronic music in particular. I've also been involved in the specialist beer industry since the turn of the millennium, bringing in and marketing beers from the Czech Republic, Germany and Belgium. Last year, as part of Electronic Glasgow, we invited Michael McEwen, the disabled campaigner, along to give us a talk during our DJ producer workshops on the challenges which present disabled clubbers. And during that discussion, Michael told me about We Are One. He invited me along to one of the committee meetings, and I'm grateful to be part of that committee now. What really strikes a chord with me and is very close to my heart is that I'm a parent of someone in the autism spectrum. So to actually have a festival of citizenship and of inclusion, to embrace everyone with their own differences and their challenges, and to celebrate their gifts and their abilities, I wanted to really have signed up for that. So I hope that you can come and join us and celebrate with us, where we can all move about again. Stay safe. We are one.
Brilliant. That is the famous Gary, and his performing voice, and he does it so well. An absolute integral member of our team, as everybody is. We haven't got any passengers on board. Everybody, it's extraordinary because we all come from different sort of backgrounds, different ideas, different abilities, different capabilities, which brings us nicely round to today's theme. Before we get carried away with ourselves saying how wonderful everybody is, we need to talk about today's theme, which I believe the word purpose is springing to mind. So what do you know about purpose, Michael? What can you tell us?
Everything's got a purpose in life, Clive. When we first set up this festival, to be honest, we were going to do it as a one-off. But because we had a lot of good feedback about it, and because nowadays it's Miggy this festival, so this is a purpose festival, and meeting new people, networking with different people, and as you said, like, it's not, it doesn't matter what your ability is, disability or not. It could be mental health issues, it could be LGBT, it could be race, it could be religion, but we've all got a purpose in life to come together to celebrate our talents. In case of you, Clive, when it comes to music or TV work or whatever we do. So hopefully this will give you a good purpose to turn on today, but if not, you can watch it whenever you want, because it's on YouTube now, so it'll be there forever. But watch it live, because you never know what's going to happen between now and 8 o'clock.
Absolutely.
I forgot to mention as well, Clive, that people can comment as well. So if you're watching this on YouTube, we've got a YouTube channel, We Are One. Just comment on there, and that will feature some of the comments. In fact, you'll see the comments coming up on the screen as well.
And that wee comment box is brought to you courtesy of our wonderful production team, otherwise known as David and Liam. So anything that's extraordinarily wonderful is obviously down to Michael and I, and anything that might be temperamental or you can basically blame David and Liam for that. But I'm sure they'll be getting their own back tomorrow, because they will be our guest presenters all day Thursday. So they'll be able to show us exactly how they think it should be done. So that should be quite fascinating. But as you say, all the comments you want to make and interact with, please do so. And let us know exactly what you're thinking, the good, the bad, the wonderful, everything. Let us know, comment away so we can respond and give you the festival you'd like for today, for the rest of the week, and who knows, maybe future festivals down the line somewhere.
And we got a nice comment up there from Callum Ingram. I don't know if you saw it, Clive. He's featuring later on, but he said, keep up the good work, Michael, and don't know what Clive's doing here. I don't know either.
Sounds about right.
Seriously, this is a good festival, and it raises awareness of different issues. But even though we're on today, but the festival continues right away through until Saturday. So tell all your pals, tell your family, tell your next door neighbour, even though you don't know them, to tune into the Weir One, and you'll hopefully learn something.
Absolutely. I just had a wee nosy at the Oxford English Dictionary, which I believe is an influential tome, and it says that purpose is a person's resolve or determination. And I'm thinking, no matter what level anybody's at, with the guidance and support and self-determination of themselves and others, absolutely, everybody can get from whatever level they are, hopefully, they can get further up that level. So a sense of purpose is great, and a sense of direction and support is really everything. So I think purpose is essential. And it's also fantastic for quite a bit of the programme we've got when we've got COVID, a couple of discussions coming up later on today, a couple of live interactive discussions. We have our founder and glorious leader, John, co-leader along with Francis. John's going to be hosting a little discussion there just about the impact that COVID's had. So whatever purpose people have got, whatever direction they think they've got, it's obviously things are thrown at everybody. And I'm not advocating anything positive about the COVID situation, but everybody in inverted commas is saying that it's a bit of a leveler, that people aren't taking a lot of things they thought for granted anymore. And maybe some sort of celebrity or material wealth, for what it's worth, is worth as it was. So people are redefining what is a person's worth and who they are and what they are. And maybe there's an awful lot of support out there that people wouldn't have normally, that's the right word to use, that people would normally have. So it's going to throw up some I've had a little bit of a chat with John and a couple of people about that discussion coming up. So that should be quite interesting to see exactly how it's impacted. There is pluses and minuses for everything. So I think purpose and direction certainly has been impacted in all sorts of ways. So I'm looking forward to that later on today. Are you, Michael?
Yeah, obviously we've got a few things coming up. More than a few things, a good programme selection of issues. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one with John Turin live. So get your questions in with Simon Duffy and Donald McCaskill. Now, you might have noticed Donald's name, Clive. He's been in the news a lot about the care homes he works for Scottish Care. So I think part 1 is coming up tonight, and part 2 will be coming up at 6:30 as well. And plus we've got music from the Soul Food Sisters. I don't know if you want to tell us a bit about them, Clive.
Well, that's coming on much later on. That's set up in the East End, and that's a whole ladies that have set something up. Pretty much, it's soul food is what they're all about, and it's more of a heart thing than a music thing, really. But they're basically set something up to try. It's a food bank of sorts. I don't want to preempt too much. You'll see their video. We've got a couple of videos that they've sent in, so that'll be educating you. It's a group of ladies that are going to be showing you exactly what they're doing to support people food-wise in the East End of Glasgow. I don't want to say too much because otherwise, we'll be telling people the plot. But we do have 2 half-hour sets from 2 extraordinary performers, one being Callum and the other being Rachel Rienne, who's based in Loch Lomond, very near Loch Lomond. So they'll be coming up at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock this evening. But we have as Keith said earlier on, we have a packed programme. There's also Century Stories coming up at 4:45. But as you can see from the ticker tape along the bottom, it's telling you exactly what's happening and when it is all happening. So rather than just throw loads of information at you, which is just going to bewilder everybody, particularly both of us, maybe we should just get on with the next part. Should we do another little introduction of one of our team members, do you think, Michael?
Yeah. I wonder who's coming up next. So we'll just see that wonder now.
Well, I think it's the lovely Emma, and I'll tell you a story about
Emma,
that shortly after, yeah. When our technicians can take the cue, we'll be ready to rock and roll.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm Chief Executive at Unity. As well as all of our usual work, we're also very proud to support We Are One, Glasgow's Festival of Citizenship. So please tune in for the next 50 seconds or so and find out a bit more. We are Unity. We believe in fair and inclusive communities where everyone is valued and has opportunities to fulfil their potential. Our work is wide and varied. We provide support to people with learning difficulties to live the life they want. We support unpaid carers of all ages with the challenges they face every day. We work hard to support people affected by isolation and poverty through projects such as the Unity Social Kitchen or the Pay It Forward scheme. Usually, all of our work happens via drop-ins, day support, groups, workshops, events, peer support. But now, we're living the lockdown life. We've shifted all of our usual services and supports to online and phone versions, and we've popped up new projects to prepare and deliver food to those who need it most. It turns out we have teams full of lockdown legends. Last year, we were delighted to support We Are One, Glasgow's Festival of Citizenship. And why not? It represents everything we believe in. Last year, we saw a full programme of events all celebrating inclusion, citizenship, and a world where everyone matters. So keep in touch, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
And there we go. And that's Emma. The reason I wanted to mention Emma, or rather talk about it, I can see you're muted, Michael, which is my fantastic chance to talk about you without any interruption. Oh, yeah.
I'm back. So you're too late.
Oh, that was it. Why did I warn you? Why did all these conversations we have and had
Too nice.
Well, don't know about that. I think polite, misplaced politeness. Emma is, or she, who is the reason that I'm actually involved. So I think it might be an idea to just try and entertain the nation at large. I'm an events guy. That's really my background. I do community events, charity events. Predominantly, I specialise in music stuff. Done a bit of broadcasting and journalism and all that sort of thing. And when We Are One was starting, it didn't even have a name, just a bunch of people. The delightful Emma gave me a wee call and said, "We've got a bunch of people that want to come together and do something and try and sort of," appropriate enough, she's from Unity, trying to unify what they do. So hence they brought in an events guy, which was my good self. And obviously there's been another few events people joining at the fray, namely Gary. So how did you get involved, Michael? What's your story?
What's your story, big concern? Yeah, so I've been involved in the Citizens We Are One Festival from, fun enough, day one. It is I got involved because I worked with a number of different charities throughout the years, in Control Scotland, SCLD, the Scottish Consortium for Learning Disability, who done the webinar this morning on employment. And the next video that we're going to show you is one of the organisations that I used to work for, Values Interaction Scotland. So here we go. There we go. That was a wee sneaky peek of Valleys and Cats in Scotland. So yeah, I used to do a bit of consultancy work for them and also SCLD as well. But over the years, I've been doing. I'm a bit like Clive in a way that I'm a disability campaigner, but also I'm a freelance journalist as well, where I comment and write about different issues, and also been on TV a few times. Imagine this face on the TV, that's terrible.
I'd rather not, but
Yeah, I know.
Thanks for the offer. I had a bit of a late lunch, Michael, don't you know?
Yeah, that used to be on the TV years ago, late lunch. Anyway, so yeah, so I done that, and now I do kind of like events, kind of like hosting over the past couple of weeks. It's been quite busy since lockdown with my work situation. Not doing so much media work, but more of a compare kind of role. Compare this event, and then I'm competing another event in a few weeks, a few weeks time as well. But hey, that's enough about me. On with the show. So we are.
No, I'm going to stop you. That's not enough about you. I've seen your bio, and you've got that little face of yours is getting redder now. No. I'm going
to up, Clive.
This is a one-off, and I'm going to deny it ever happened. This man has got references from the Times, and he's got references and testimonials from the BBC. So I've got to ask you a wee question. Well, I don't have to, but I'm going to, because it's partly praising you, but it's mainly to try and embarrass you, because that really is my fundamental role here. Everybody's sort of ganged up. Yeah. But that's what it is. There's a big movement to try and upset you, so I've got to go for it. People with disability, do you think, in your professional and personal estimation, people with disability, do you think that they want to, that they're upset that they're defined by it once they get work? Because I've read some figures that there's not a lot of people who have been diagnosed with some official disability. There's not enough of people with disability getting into work. But those people that are in work, are they being employed? Are some of them, all of them, are they being employed to sort of just tick off some boxes, or are they getting employed because of their ability or in spite of their ability? Because you've got an extraordinary track record, and obviously you do champion all sorts of disabled rights. So before we go on to the next segment, I just want to bring you back and get your views on it, because I am genuinely interested.
Yeah, thank you. That's one of my biggest bugbears, Clive, because if people's watching this with a disability or know somebody with a disability, usually they're talented people and they want to get into work, but it's the employers that we've got to convince to get people into work as well, so it's not so much the person with a disability we want to work, but the employers and the attitudes we need to change towards employers as well. And another thing as well is that disability is only a label. It doesn't define you, Clive, in a way. Just because that you've got my disability, cerebral palsy, and there's millions of other disabilities out there. But there's also talented people out there with a disability. But I could go on and on and on and on to speak about this because Saturday, but I'm not going to do. But it's really a big issue, and it's quite sad how in the year 2020 we're still speaking about this kind of issue. So employers would need to kind of do more kind of thing, because and the next video that we're going to show you in a wee minute or two, it kind of explains a bit about that. And it would be a perfect world, right, if we didn't have to do these events, because that would say that it would be brilliant, and everything's smoothly and fine, but we've got to still raise awareness on issues and issues even like this here today, the We Are One Festival, because We Are One, it's for everybody, it doesn't matter if you're disabled, black, ethnic, man, all the usual things. Everybody come together, have fun, and get rid of these kind of labels in a way.
Yeah, no, I get it, because I think we're all the same. We're all unique. That's basically it. I think a lot of employers, I don't want to sort of sum it up in a little trite comment, but I think a lot of employers have learning difficulties. They seem to have some sort of perception, but not of the reality, but their perception of a reality. And I am concerned with that. So I'm really glad you made the point. And I'm sorry I ruined your segue into the next section. So I'll do the polite thing and butt out and let you introduce the first of our programs for today and give people's ears and eyes a break from you and I for a while.
You're a very nice man to butt out. No, I'm only kidding. So first up, a couple of weeks ago, Clive, I've been so busy since the lockdown.
Oh, I heard. You never stopped telling me.
Yeah. So a couple of weeks ago, I was involved, and you saw it this week if you've been watching, called Young Scotland's Got Talent, and it's aimed at people between the ages of 19 to 25 that Clive was talking about there, that has failed to get into employment, and it's just raising an awareness. Now, every day we're showing you a video, and today's video is taken from Young Scotland Got Talent, and it's showcasing on transport from ScotRail. So they're doing a workshop. So I hope you enjoy this, and here we go.
Young Scotland's Got Talent was set up in 2010 to lobby for better employment support for young people with learning disabilities or autism who want to work. Since then, we have delivered over 20 inspirational events throughout Scotland. On 29th July, we held our first online Young Scotland's Got Talent to honour young people with additional needs who have been working on the front line during lockdown. This video features a workshop delivered by ScotRail and CH Consultancy called How to Travel Safely on a Train.
So if people are, I know that not everybody's here to listen to this today, but it is being recorded. And so if you are listening to it as a recording, if you're interested in independent travelling and learning to do that, or Kathleen, if there are people in your area who your workers want to know more about this, if they contact Values Interaction Scotland after the event, and when you've listened to the videos and what we're doing, then they will give you information and help you to figure out how that can happen where you are. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce you formally to Lauren Mackey and Sylvia Wilson from ScotRail, who are going to give us a presentation, and this presentation is specifically about travelling safely on the train right now in this time that we find ourselves. Good luck, girls.
Oh, thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Kath. Perfect. Well, hi everyone. I'm Lauren. Sylvia and I are delighted to be here and to continue to work with Values into Action. And we know how you're going to travel to work is a big consideration when you're applying for jobs. Just before we start, can I ask everyone to mute themselves apart from Kath, please? Just so that we can get through the presentation. And once we've finished, we're going to open it up to a Q&A, so you'll be able to,
I'll
fire
just
questions.
mute too, and then if I need to, I can unmute. That makes it
That's
easier
fine.
for everybody, okay?
Yeah, perfect. So basically, as we go through the presentation, I'm going to ask if you can do some thumbs up reactions. So Kath, if you could help manage that and let me know if people are on the same page as we go forwards. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. So today I will be talking about why you should commute by train and the tools and information that will help you to do that safely. To do this, I'm going to be using the example of Sally and talking you through her experience using the train for her new job. Just before we start, I want to try and get a sense of everyone in the group of your experience of using the train. So can practice the thumbs up reaction. Can you give me a thumbs up if you've travelled on a train before? Everyone? Oh, perfect. Great. Good. There you go. Well, you'll still hopefully learn some new tips or information that you didn't before. So let's get started. Oh, there we go. So Sally is getting ready to start a new job. She's thinking about how she's going to travel there each day. She has to use public transport and she has a national entitlement card. She has to use a stick to help her get around. She has used a train before and she enjoyed it, but she's never travelled alone. Sally's been thinking about how she's going to get to work, and she's been told that getting the train could be the quickest option for her. Why could travelling by train be a good option if you're trying to get to your work? One of the reasons could be that the train is one of the most reliable ways for you to get to your work, just because our timetables very rarely change. So if you're turning up to the station to get onto your train each day, it's very likely it's going to be leaving at the same time. So there's less risk or less chance of you missing your train and getting to work late. She's also looking for something that's going to be straightforward, something that will have little changes for her, having to move on to different forms of transport. And again, because trains can only go forward or backwards, the train that's pulling up that says it's going to Glasgow, if you get on it, you're definitely going to get to Glasgow. There's no chance you're going to get lost somewhere. And lastly, she wants to be able to relax. She wants to get to work and be stress-free, doesn't want to get to work in a panic. And if you get on the train, she can sit back and look mostly at the nice scenery outside and just relax before she starts work. So with all of that, Sally's decided that the train's going to be the easiest and quickest way for her to get to her work. What can Sally do to get used to travelling by train? The first thing I would recommend is to go to her local station. Get familiar with the platforms, get familiar with the station, and introduce yourself to our staff. Most, if not all of them, are very friendly and will be able to help you, will be able to give you advice on what train you need to catch and just look out for you in general. And after you've done that, I would recommend taking a practice trip before your first day at work. I think we all know that when you're a bit anxious and you're a bit stressed to start something new, you want to know you're going to get there on time and feel comfortable with it. So the best way is just to practice it for yourself and get used to it. So Sally's decided that she's going to take a practice trip. She's a little bit nervous as she's obviously introduced herself to the staff, but she's aware that in some of our stations there are no staff there, and she's worried in case there's a point of her journey where she's looking for some help and she's not quite sure what to do. Should Sally use this? What do we think? Thumbs up if we think yes. Thumbs up if we think yeah. Some thumbs up. Good to see. Well, you're right. Yes. This is actually our help point, which you can find in all of our stations. So if your train hasn't arrived or you feel unsafe or you don't see any staff around you, if you press this button, you will be taken through to our customer service staff. They will be able to see you. They're actually in Paisley as well. They will be able to see you and hear you and be able to offer you any assistance you require, and they are live anytime. So you are never going to be alone when you're at a platform, or even if you're out, I would say, if you're out somewhere and you're lost and you see a station, if you go there, you always know you can speak to someone who's going to be able to help you. So Sally now needs to get her ticket. So where can she buy one? Has anyone used our app before? Just, nope. No worries. So you can actually buy a ticket through our app, but our app's probably the best purpose for it for you is to see if your train is on time or not. So as you can see in this picture, it gives you a great day for us, generally all good service. So it's always good, I think, in the morning before you go to your work, just to check that everything's okay. And another good thing about the train is that we update that live, so you can see if you might need to make any changes. So you can buy a ticket on an app, or you could use our ticket machines that are in all of our stations. But I would say the best option for you, if you're not very confident or used to traveling or doing your journey, is to go to a booking office and speak to our staff directly, as they're going to be able to let you know what train type is the best option for you, the best time, etc. if you're trying to get to work at a certain time, obviously, and particularly if it's going to be busy and stuff like that. I would just say the best option is to always speak to our staff. They're the most knowledgeable for you. So I think I mentioned that Sally has a national entitlement card. Can she use this when she's buying a train ticket? What do we think? Thumbs up. Thumbs down. Not sure. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Yes, well done, everyone. Yes, you can. So basically, in certain areas, your national entitlement card can entitle you to discounted travel and a companion. So this is why I think it's really useful if you are going to a staff member, they're going to be able to advise you that if you just show it when you're buying your ticket. So yes, and in the Strathclyde area, you can get a return for only $150. There you go. So obviously there's information on our website at specific areas and on councils as well. But also, if you are a job seeker or if you've been out of work for around 3 months, you are entitled to get 2 free tickets per month for travel to interviews and a free 1 month ticket once you get a job. This isn't very relevant for Sally currently, but is obviously useful for other people. So that's something I think Kath hasn't necessarily mentioned, but we're going to be handing out some information, which I'll include this as well, as I think it's a really good offer for people and can help you, obviously, particularly once you've started a job that first month before you get paid, so you'll have your travel free and sorted. So Sally's got her ticket. Now she needs to find her train. The booking office staff told Sally her train is leaving at 8:15 a.m. from platform 2. So Sally checks the information screens, which you can see here on our platforms and this famous one at Central Station. So she sees the train is leaving from platform 1. She then hears an announcement saying that the train is leaving at 8:15 from platform 1. She goes to platform 1, but she's still unsure if she's at the right place. She asks a nearby staff member. They let her know that the next train is going to be the one that she needs to get on. So Sally sees the yellow line. Now, it's very important, especially the railways are very live, can be quite a dangerous environment. If you see the yellow line, make sure to stand behind it. Our trains can move pretty fast in and out of the station, so this is your safest place to stand just before the train comes in. So the train arrives and Sally stands back to let people off. She then goes up and presses to open the doors. Sally is careful and takes her time to get on as there's a gap between the platform and the train. Sally has made it onto the train and sits down next to the window. She hears an alarm sound coming from the train doors. What does that mean? Well, that means stand back. That happens about 30 seconds before train is about to leave. So you need to stand back from the doors. If you're running a little bit late, you're going to have to wait for the next train as well, unfortunately. But if you hear that sound, stand back as the train's going to take off. So Sally is now on the train. She wants to check what stop is next. So a staff member comes over to check her ticket. Again, if you've gotten on the train, I would recommend having your ticket ready just so you can show the staff member. Sally asks what the next stop is. The conductor then asks her when she's going to be getting off and lets her know that she has 7 stops to go. This is, again, a really good technique if you're a little bit nervous that you might miss your stop, is, again, because our trains are on a straight line, you can count how many stops you have until you need to get off. Sally is listening now and hears an announcement for her stop. When she hears this, she knows she needs to get ready to get off. She can also look at the screens on the train as well. As you can see here, on almost all of our train carriages, it'll tell you what the next stop is. Sally also counted the stops till she needed to get off and was ready to go when she gets to the station. Again, as I mentioned, I think I'll keep mentioning this, but the best thing I would recommend is to introduce yourself to the staff at the station and on the train, because at the time they're going to be the ones that will be able to give you the support, and it's just nice for them to know that you're there, and you can just say that you're not necessarily sure when your stop is, and they'll be able to come and help you. So all went well. Sally made it. However, she was a little bit nervous as she was the only passenger on the carriage. She was worried in case she's travelling alone. If anything went wrong, what should she do? So if Sally's feeling a little bit anxious, or if you're feeling a bit anxious if you're on a carriage on your own, the best thing to do is, if you can, once the train stopped at a station, and you can walk through to another carriage where there are a little bit more people, just so you're around other people, and I think it's a little bit safer. Sally should also tell the conductor if she's feeling a little bit nervous as well. But again, if Sally doesn't see anyone around her, you can still text the BTP. You'll see this, it's good to just have this on your phone if you're traveling, but you'll see these posters around all of our carriages, and they will come to the next station if there's a disruption or if you're afraid. So there is, again, always going to be someone that can help you if you are traveling on the train. So, all said and good, Sally enjoyed the trip and is looking forward to traveling on the train for her first day at work. However, Sally realised that she'd feel a little bit more confident having some assistance to get on and off the train with a ramp. So Sally decides to book through our passenger assistance service. So you can call this number, which again, I'll be sending out the information with a little leaflet, but you can call up or you can book online, and essentially you just have to book 2 hours before you start, 2 hours before you have your journey, and you can receive assistance with ramps, mobility assistance, or if you just want someone to know that you're coming on and off of a train. So again, if you're feeling a little bit nervous that you're going to maybe miss your stop, this passenger assistance service is going to alert staff that you were on the train, so they'll know that they need to help you. So again, this is just an extra confidence boost if you're a little bit nervous about traveling on our trains. So Sally used the train for her first day of work. She prepared for her journey, speaking to staff and being able to relax on the train helped her to arrive at work calm and ready to get stuck in. She'll continue to use the train as she goes forward. So hearing Sally's journey and just a little bit of the information I've done so far, would you feel a little bit more confident to travel by train to get to work? Can you give me a thumbs up if that's the case? Oh, yay, perfect, thank you. So perfect, that's my kind of first half complete. So obviously I mentioned at the end of the workshop, we're going to have a Q&A, so I'm seeing the chat box going off, so I'm sure maybe I have some questions and we can answer those at the end and also discuss some of your experiences. And again, as I mentioned, you're going to be receiving a handout with some of the key information that I mentioned, so you can keep that and share that out. So I'll stop sharing now. So now that Sally is a little bit more confident to travel, she is going to have to do it a little bit differently because of COVID-19. So I'd like to hand you over to my colleague, Sylvia Wilson, who is one of our safety managers at ScotRail. She's going to tell you about the 5 safety rules we currently have in place to protect you and others when traveling during COVID-19. Off you go. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. There you go.
Here you are, I'm now unmuted. Thanks, Lauren. So we've heard how easy it is to travel about on the train, and there's lots of help and assistance there for you from the beginning to the end of your journey. But as you're aware, we're in COVID-19, and to make the journey a little bit safer and stopping the spread of the virus, there's certain adjustments that we're going to have to make to our journeys, our travel. So that's what I'm going to have a wee chat about. And again, as we did through Lauren's presentation, we've got the wee thumbs up button because there'll be some questions that I'll be asking. And there's a chat box there if you've got any questions that I can answer at the end of the presentation. So COVID-19 that we're going through at the moment, there are adjustments that we've got to make. And you're probably already making adjustments just now in your day-to-day life, such as if you're going out to the shops or you've maybe travelled by a bus. Can you think of some of the adjustments that you've been making? It might be that you've started to wear a face covering or using hand sanitizer, washing your hands more often, ensuring you're keeping physical distance from others. Do you all relate to this? Have you been doing this in your day-to-day life? Can I have a thumbs up? A thumbs up. Great, so we're all aware. So we're going to be chatting about that. This is our new norm, nothing any different. And there's a few other things that we're going to have to do as well to ensure that we're safe while travelling on ScotRail Railways during COVID-19. So let's have a wee look at what Sally needs to know and do to keep safe when travelling during COVID-19. So the first thing is we would like our customers and Sally to wear a face covering when she's at the station and on train. Now, aware not everybody is able to wear a face covering. This could be due to a medical condition. And in this case, Sally, she's not able to wear a face covering. But what she does wear is this lanyard and card, which lets others know the reason why she's not wearing a face covering. You might have one of these already or have seen them. Can I have a thumbs up if you're aware of these lanyards and the cards? If you've not got one, they're easy enough to get a hold of from Hidden Disabilities website. So not everyone's aware of the lanyards. We are now. Another way of keeping safe is to ensure that you carry hand sanitizer. We're washing our hands more often. So Sally's doing this as well. She's carrying her own hand sanitizer and she's going to use it at the beginning of her journey and at the end. Now, we established at the beginning, a lot of you have already travelled on ScotRail services and been in the station. And here's some sites that you might see that are a little bit different, and this is due to the COVID-19. So you will see our staff wearing the masks. And to help ensure that there is physical distancing, we have some vinyls that we're putting on the floor, spacing them out with your safe distances to stand. On escalators, and some escalators, there's markings of where to stand to ensure you're getting physical distance. You'll also notice the seating at our stations. It'll be taped off, certain seats will be taped off, and there'll be a notice there to not sit in them. And again, this is to ensure physical distance. You'll be hearing announcements, and there's information on screens and posters at stations as well, giving you information on how to keep safe at our stations and on train during COVID-19. One of the posters that Sally would see on her travels is ScotRail's 5 rules for safer travel. And that's what I'm going to chat about just now. We'll look at each rule and what they mean to us. So rule number 1, don't travel if you feel unwell. So if you don't feel well, or if you have COVID-19 symptoms, do not travel and stay at home. So are you aware of what the symptoms are for COVID-19? It's if you've got a high temperature, a new continuous cough, and also a loss of smell and taste. So if you're feeling these symptoms, we're asking you to stay at home and not travel. So let's look at Sally. Sally's at the station and she doesn't feel well. There's a train coming in. Should Sally get on the train? Can I have a thumbs up for a yes? Good, no. That's right. Sally should not travel. She should, if she starts feeling unwell at the station, she should start making her way home. If you feel ill at home, these symptoms at home, we ask you to stay at home. Rule number 2 is to avoid these main commuting times. So we ask you to try not to use the train between 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6:30 in the evening. And the reason why is that these are our busiest trains. So they're best to avoid because it's going to maybe be harder to keep this physical distancing. It's maybe better to try and go for a quieter train. Now Sally, she needs to be in her work for 9:15. Her journey time on the train is 30 minutes. So should Sally travel on the 8:30 train to work? Can we have a thumbs up for no, Sally shouldn't be travelling at this time? So if you agree, she shouldn't be using the train at 8:30. That's it. I like to see all those thumbs. Yeah. So it's advisable, try to travel out with these times when the trains are quieter. So Sally can maybe travel on a later train and speak to her employer and advise that she would like to come in later train, not wanting to travel on the busier trains. And our employers are far more flexible nowadays. They don't want their employees to be travelling at peak time and travelling on busy, crowded trains. So they're a bit more flexible in working with you at getting and coming in a little bit later or a bit earlier. And as Lauren has said, it'd be ideal before you go and start in the workplace, get to know the station, try different times, go to the station, see how busy the platforms are, how busy the trains are, to work out when is the best time for you travelling into work and home from work. On to rule 3 now, which is don't board the train if you think it's not safe. So what does not safe mean? Well, not safe means if the train's very busy, there are not enough empty seats, people are standing on the train, then maybe it's best not to board and wait for the next train to help ensure we're keeping our physical distance. So Sally's standing at the platform and she sees the train coming in, and there's lots of people standing on the platform. She can see there's hardly any empty seats on the train. People are standing. Should Sally get on? Fingers up if you think that she should get on the train. No. Lots of shaking their head. Don't get on the train. Stand back and wait for the next train to come. Rule number 4 asks that you cover your face and maintain physical distancing. So we ask if you're able to. We're aware that some are not able to wear the face masks, and that's okay. But if you are, we ask if you can wear a face covering when you're in the station and on the so at the beginning of your journey into the station, on the train, and then when you get off at the other end of the station. Once you're out the station, to take face covering off. And we also say, stay a safe distance from other people. So throughout this, I've been talking about keeping a physical distance, keep a safe distance from other people. Do you know what the minimum safe distance is from other people? Is it 2 meters? If you think that's the right answer, give me a thumbs up. So you might actually be surprised there has been a change in this ruling for at the station and train station on transport, that the minimum distance is now 1 meter. So stay apart from other people, 1 meter apart on the platform and on train. If you can keep apart 2 meters, that's excellent, but we're aware more and more people are going to be travelling, so we've now got a minimum distance of 1 meter. And on to our last rule, and that is be patient. Most seats need to be empty. So ScotRail, we need to keep empty seats on the train, again, to ensure physical distance. And you might need to wait for the next train, or you might need to stand on the train. And this might seem strange to you or Sally when you're travelling, to see empty seats, to see people standing, but it is important that we keep our physical distance from each other to help stop the spread of COVID-19 virus. So be prepared and be patient. Be prepared, you might need to stand and leave these empty seats. That's the end of our presentation. I hope you've enjoyed it and found it informative. Laura and I are now open to questions. If you've not got any questions at the moment, some might come to you at a later date. Here's Laura and I's contact email details. Feel free to email us at any time if you've got any query. We hope to see you out on the trains and travelling with us soon. If you do, enjoy your journey. Remember your 5 rules for safer travel.
Thanks very much. Thank you. That was really interesting, and absolutely typically ScotRail. Hang on time.
There you go.
And giving us some time to talk. James, are you still with us? Yeah. James, are you still there? Can you unmute?
Yep. It's on mute.
Yep. Okay. Great stuff.
Sorry.
So we had a few questions there.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one was, is the information service at the stations operating in the evening? Because what you'll hear from some of the young people is that they work shifts, and they're travelling maybe early morning, but some of them might be travelling in the evening and at weekends.
Perfect. Our help points are live from 5:30 in the morning until midnight every day, so 7 days a week.
So the answer to that is yes.
Yes.
Then?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Fantastic. The next question was, how does ScotRail let people know about Passenger Assist? How do you publicise it?
It's on our website.
Okay. Maybe we could
Social
put it
media
on the
as
Vias
well.
website too.
Yeah.
After this, yeah.
So I think part of our work with Vias has been engaging with different stakeholders and groups that can help to share out the information to people that don't have access to the internet or will see our social media, because we do, I think, as a quite a large company, rely on that as our method of comms, but doesn't necessarily work for everybody. So yeah, we do kind of rely on organisations like Vias to help us to share out our information. But
can I say that? Sorry,
Go
Lauren,
go ahead. I was going to.
When we were doing the travel project, you'll see I put up a wee thing there saying that's my friend Jackie on the cart. And when we were doing the project last year, Sylvia and Lauren came down to Greenock and did a little session with 3 men who, for various reasons, were very anxious about travelling by train. They'd had bad experiences and things, and Sylvia took them through, listened to everything that they were saying, answered them, and then we all went on the train, and Sylvia talked us through all the stuff that you saw there, the help points, looking at the boards, the body cameras that the staff wear. They got to see all of that as well. And then Jackie and his support worker got to go on the cart, and they were delighted with that. That was great fun. They were whizzing around Central Station, and all of that is free. And it was, and I didn't know about it until we started doing this project. So I think for support workers, for parents, for job coaches out there, it's a fantastic thing, and you just need to contact Lauren, and it will get organised. You can do it for an individual person, you can do it for groups. And what I learned about it as well is it's not just for people with learning disabilities, physical disability, visual impairment, young mums travelling on the train for the first time, anxious with prams, etc., maybe toddlers, whatever. Fantastic service, so it was brilliant to do that. Okay.
Sorry, Kath, can I just say it was me that asked that question, because I think ScotRail should be congratulated. This is just a fabulous service, but like a lot of fabulous services, the general public don't know about it, and the thought that came into my head was that young people would really, really benefit. A lot of the young people that we've worked with would really, really benefit from this kind of assistance.
Okay.
And I wondered if there's a link with Vias into Young Scot, because all young people are entitled to a Young Scot card, and with that comes lots and lots of information about discounts for shops and about access to all sorts of things. And young people use a Young Scot card because it gives them benefits. And I just wonder if ScotRail through Vias could link into Young Scot, because so many more young people would find out about this if it was through a kind of national body like Young Scot. Because I know there's some great work going on at Edinburgh Airport as well for young people with autism. I think these services are absolutely vital, because it can be the difference between young people taking a job or not, or joining a college course or not. If the transport and travel links are not there, parents don't have the confidence to let their young people join things. So I think this is fabulous, and congratulations to ScotRail. But I do think you need to find a way of getting this out to people, because unless you go through organisations like Vias, who are also very professional and great at what they do, people just won't know about it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great idea. Definitely.
Well, I'll pass that. There will be a debrief meeting of the teams and whatever, so we'll pass that back. And I'm sure with the link still continuing, with David McDonald being the new job coach involved in Let's Get Moving, and the also ScotRail being part of the BOSS project, that those relationships will continue and grow and develop lots of ideas and things as well. Okay, so the next question was: is the support available to people not on the job seeker support? Is it available to people not on universal credit?
So I think I shared the information that you can click on if you want to look at the criteria. But this specific offer is for people who are claiming job seekers allowance or universal credit. However, we do have a different kind of partnership model, working with organisations that like the WISE group or etc. So we are open. So
okay, now, I obviously wasn't listening to technical rehearsals or didn't pick up on this. So those things that you've shared they'll still be available after we go out of this workshop, or do I need to break that down? So we can get it again.
I think I've shared it to you. Everyone will get access.
I'm not
to
sure
it.
if things in the chat
I think they might disappear
along with the workshop. Yeah. Okay.
But just to say, if anyone's listening to this on a later date, obviously Sylvia and I are very open to anyone who'd be interested in some of what we've discussed about sharing out about passenger assistance, or I'm currently working on a project or a campaign around our help points and how to essentially increase awareness of them as actually working with VIAS. We found out that a lot of people didn't even know that they could use them, and it did really make a big difference knowing that if some of our stations don't have staff, so knowing that our help points are there, that you can use them. And there's some really good stories of people who have used them if they weren't really sure what train to get and stuff. So yeah, if anyone, I'm very open to working with more groups.
Yeah, and that was part of when we did the passenger assist. The guys all got to have a go at that and press the button and talk to somebody and ask them questions and whatever as well, so they could actually see it and see how it works, not just a picture. This is what you do, because you don't know that. So they actually got to do it. It was fantastic. I wanted to know, for the empty seats, are they taped off?
Not on train, no.
Okay. So people wouldn't necessarily, so that they would go and sit next to somebody. So that's something that maybe support workers and things to add into their teaching just now, because there's an empty seat doesn't necessarily mean you can sit on it. Yeah, that's fine. Some of the buses, you're taping off the seats.
They're taping off. We're not going to be doing that. We're aware that there might be families wanting to sit together, and that's fine. It's just individuals not to. So there's notices on the train, but we're kind of looking every other seat to be left empty to ensure the 1 meter.
Stations, are there pictures and explanations of that up anywhere that people can see before they get on?
Before travelling with us, are you asking, is there any images?
Yeah, so I'm thinking that a lot of the people that I would support wouldn't understand the empty seat concept.
Right.
Would just sit and they'll have places that they're routinely sitting in before COVID.
Yes.
Some people will want to sit at the very back next to the door. Some people might want to sit at the front next to the window.
Yes.
Habits. So they might need a bit more support understanding that rule.
I think we've got the 5 rules, Sonia. We've done those in a slightly more kind of easy read version, and they could be used just as an additional tool to help people sort of understand. So they'll be available after the conference. They'll be on. It
would be useful to post out to people through the assembly. Yeah. I want and what have you.
Yeah.
I think also, so I support 10 different groups of people all over Scotland. So it might be useful. I don't know. I mean, obviously we might not be able to get that group together because it's quite large in Glasgow. But do you offer like this kind of Zoom training for people as well, for groups?
Yeah, I think that's something that we could do. Definitely as a run off from this.
Yeah. I think in conjunction, I think that the presentation was fantastic, because hopefully when we can do it with school groups again, there'll be much more interaction as well. But even just doing it this way, it worked really well. And I thought the presentation was fantastic. Kathleen, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
You're still with us. What do you think some of your job coaches would benefit by having known some of this stuff as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously, we would use stations between Montrose and Elgin, so it's a wee bit different, and possibly cannot get support to get on and off trains because sometimes it's over a bridge. So they're obviously rural areas. There are difficulties, but I know from past experience, because I used to run an independent travel project, so I know that ScotRail have assisted as much as they can, and they've tried to make sure if somebody does need a ramp or assistance that they get the train to come on the right side of the platforms, etc. The person may have to wait, but ScotRail have helped in the past because it's a wee bit different being out the sticks.
Didn't we used to dread, Maura, when we got to Dundee, having to change over and
no,
run for that Glasgow train over that bloody bridge,
running over that bridge
with suitcases and posters and God knows what, you know.
Yes, I can still remember that.
Yeah, same at Inverurie, you get to the one side,
exactly.
Think, yeah, the train's coming in this way, and then they go, yeah, it's over the other side, you have to run, you know, up and over.
Exactly. Some improvements going on, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go then, a good insight into young Scotland talent, and I'm sure that there's another workshop on tomorrow about the young Scotland's Got Talent. So yeah, was that a good insight into
it? Certainly was. I was so incited with it that I forgot to come back to what I was doing. It was great. It was really good, really informative.
Yeah. And I didn't know we were going to have a conversation about jumping from one platform to another, but you know, but there you go. But yeah, but I mean, these kind of things you don't really think about when you go for a job, especially when you go for a job interview. But with people with learning disabilities, it might be a barrier. Because in terms of they haven't got the right support, or the support worker's not coming till say 9 o'clock in the morning, and they've got to be away at 8:30 in the morning. But I mean, I was just looking, Clive, before we came on, and in Scotland, believe it or not, 9 in 10 people have got jobs. But that's totally different for people with learning disabilities. Would you believe it? 1 in 4 people, I'll say that again, 1 in 4 people has got employment in Scotland with a learning disability. And that's kind of shocking how, you know, that statistic is still kind of like up there. And, you know, it shouldn't be like that. And I suppose that's why one of the reasons why we're doing Young Scotland's Got Talent, and also the We Are One Festival, to say, hey, listen, nobody's different, everybody's like the same, basically. So yeah, but what's your take on that?
How the figures are, because maybe it's a similar department that's creating the statistics that are also sort of analysing the statistics. So it's a bit like the sort of some institutions investigating themselves. I'd be interested to know exactly how accurate. First of all, I'm just a bit suspicious. My little nature, the old journalist coming through. But I'm always interested to know how these figures are actually calculated. And I'm not sure if it's actually worse. I'm not sure if it's more extreme. And the people are in employment. Are they in part-time employment? Are they temporary employment? And what sort of roles are they actually employed to do? That's what I said earlier on, is it a case of, right, we better fill our quota because of whatever directive. We'll take somebody on who fits into some predetermined category, we tick the box. But are people, as it's that 1 in 4, are they real jobs? Are the jobs that, you know, I'm interested to find out from people who have disabilities, whatever that term actually means, how long they're in long-term jobs for, and do they feel valued? Are they happy with the job? Have they got choices of jobs? Are they just taking any job? Are they encouraged to take a job when they've been signing on, when they're going down, for an employment office, or employment office is arguably called? So how do these actually work out?
Maybe if people's watching this, maybe if you've got any comments about that, can comment us in, and also just comment in general about the festival so far. But yeah, I would say that's a good insight into a day in the life of people with a learning disability.
Yeah.
So as I say, you'll get more of Young Scotland Got Talent tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic stuff. We've got how many minutes? We've got a bit of time before the sensory guys come on.
Yeah.
So I've been watching that for the last couple of days. That is really quite extraordinary how people can communicate. I think we're talking about communication quite a lot over the last few days and for the rest of the week. Because sometimes people can, it's like someone can say something and it's not so much what's said, it's how it's received. As a parallel, you and I can watch the same news item and both take different conclusions. So sometimes it's not what's said, it's how it's received. So with the people doing the sensory stuff, which is amazing, they really concentrate on making sure that every part of their message is communicated. Have you been dealing with these people? Do you know much about their background?
I came across, obviously, because when you get to work in the disability kind of charitable sector, you know of organisations, but you don't really know the people, if that makes sense. And I came to in cahoots with PAMIS. It's doing the sense of the stories away last year, actually. And the PAMIS is doing a kind of campaign at the moment to get accessible toilets for people with disabilities, and it's called Changing Places Toilets.
Yes.
Now, I think, if my old memory serves me right, there's only 150 or 100 and so talking at the 100 level, but there's only these accessible toilets in Scotland. So I don't know a lot about the organisation, but I know that they do Changing Places, but I know that they're doing sense of the stories, and that's on all week as well. So that's good to see. But yeah, it was interesting what you were saying there, Clive, about storytelling, because I think music and storytelling goes hand in hand, because people relate to music. I mean, last year or 2 years ago now, I think it was, I was involved in doing a bit of consultancy work for Edinburgh University, and it was about music therapy and how people's reactions is to music with a learning disability. So we went into a few day centres and stuff. So that was quite interesting as well. But yeah, I mean, music and storytelling goes kind of hand in hand, and it really brings people out the shell a wee bit.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's what music is. It's basically telling a story to a beat, to a rhythm, and making sure it's getting in there, getting the right message to the right people in the right way, and getting it in there. So, should we move on to sensory stories? What we're talking about.
Yeah, that's today's episode of Sensory Stories by PAMIS.
How did you start the storytelling? It started off as a workshop that the theatre ran, which was sensory storytelling, and I joined in that for a couple of sessions, and it started from there.
Bruce and the Spider. Many, many years ago, there was a king of Scotland named Robert the Bruce.
So I hear, Courtney, that multisensory stories are a good way to help people to interact with stories. Would you agree with that?
The English army were stronger than the Scottish army, Are you as strong as a soldier?
No.
That's it. Oh!
And what else did you use to help with the story? Did you have a flag? Yes. Was it a Scottish flag? A Scottish flag. Right. And what else? Did you have a map of Scotland?
Yes.
What did you put on the map of Scotland?
Pole.
And did that show different parts of Scotland, did it?
Yeah. After losing the Sixth Battle, all the Scottish soldiers ran away and were scattered across Scotland.
So these balls are the Scottish soldiers. So you have to choose your soldier. And then you stick your soldier onto the Scotland map. This is a bit of Velcro, yeah.
I'll do Pickle again. So I'll do Edinburgh.
What sort of props have you made for the story?
I made a spider and made a web.
Robert is the master kept web. On a seventh occasion, the spider was able to spin a beautiful strong web.
Oh. Okay, Courtney. That's it.
You let go. It's a strong web this time. Don't let go.
Oh no! I know. The king stopped the spiders just like me in my fight with the army, and suddenly filled with new hope and encouragement. If the spider can do it, so can I. Speaking to others, working as a team, like cooperate as well, and communicating with others.
Fab.
And that is the story of Robert the Bruce and the Spider.
My last question, Courtney, is: would you do it again? Yeah. And would you do the stories again at Big Town?
He said yes. I did the Robert the Bruce and the Spider at Wickham, and it was amazing. Yes, it was good. The group did the sensory storytelling there, which was Robert the Bruce and the Spider. A couple of us narrated the story, and the rest of us handed out the props to members of the audience. Most of the audience members were families. I kind of wish there was kind of more people with profound disabilities to show us what we could do, but it was still good enough regardless.
Great stuff.
There you go. Yeah, that was interesting, Kiki.
Yeah, I like it because it's, as you said before, sometimes people are just reading stories, sometimes people are performing stories when they're singing, and that's obviously a nice little sort of segue where people are performing a story when it's sort of spoken. So it's, you know what struck me years ago, I work at music festivals quite a lot, and what happens backstage is there's a camaraderie there. It'd be lovely to see that extended into the real outside world. What happens is musicians, very often, they all pull together. And it's that phrase of, they talk about musicians of varying levels of ability, different abilities. So the amount of times I've seen someone say, wow, I just shared the stage with him, with her, with them. I got to perform, I got to play, I got to work with that person, even though my level of ability is different. So the interpretation of the word ability, if you're a musician, is completely different from the conventional day-to-day interpretation of it as we are. And I love to see that somehow cross where people would say, just in a conventional community worldwide way, wow, I got to play, I got to work with somebody of a different perceived ability. And I think that's why what we do with the music side, with We Are One and all the community and charitable messages that we have, there is that sort of collusion, that collision. And it's some people might think it's a bit of an uneasy sort of bedfellow sort of situation, but I see it like you're saying, it's storytelling and the camaraderie we've had, the amount of community people that are saying they're hanging out with some musicians, and the music people we're bringing in are saying, this is great, I'm hanging out and learning about all sorts of other elements of support or lack of it with our community. I think what we're doing here is, when John and Francis come up with the concept, maybe they didn't know where it was leading to, but it's, we are one, we are colliding and we are uniting. And I can see it's a really nice vibe that we've created. That's why I love being part of it. And I really hope that we can continue well beyond this week and maybe into next year. And who knows, we could expand it. And I say we can take that ethos of musicians of all levels. If we can take that forward with the community at large, we're onto something. What do you reckon?
Yeah, and I've noticed when you go into social media now, Clive, all my news feeds are We Are One, We Are One, We Are One, and that's quite good to see. So I think We Are One, we've just set up a Twitter account as well. So we're on Twitter. I think we launched if there was a launching for Twitter last week, but one Facebook, fun enough, it's called We Are One. I think that kind of t-shirt kind of gives it away. It says We Are One, and Clive's got his We Are One t-shirt on as well. So there'll be more sensitive stories tomorrow as well. So do you think it's about time for music, Clive?
I think it is, and I've got a wee prompt here from Jessica Lee Morgan saying we're all riding in each other's coattails, and I get that entirely. In fact, maybe we should bring out the music side of We Are One, and it's We Are 1 2 1 2 1 2. You know.
Yeah, 1 2 3 4 testing.
Absolutely. Well, it's cool. We've got a couple of minutes just before, and so let me thank you for that prompt. Let me introduce the next side. Callum, who's going to be performing for us in a couple of minutes. He comes from, I know him from sort of way back. I declare an interest. He comes from the Jack Bruce stable of musicians. He did a performance basically celebrating Jack's work. He supported Jack. I did some PR for Jack back in the day, and I hang out with his son Malcolm to my huge enjoyment. And it's a test of my endurance to keep up with him. So Malcolm introduced me to Callum way back when. And Callum's a really interesting guy, comes from Paisley with New York connections. He's played all over the world. And he was, it's interesting with Jessica saying stuff because her dad, the music producer, Tony Visconti of Mark Bolan, God rest his soul today, another anniversary of him. He produced David Bowie and he produced Mark Bolan. Tony had a program a couple of years ago in Sky Arts where he went around the UK collecting different buskers and to all perform at one of his gigs celebrating 50 years in the music business. And Tony's played with everybody and worked with everybody. So Callum's CV is far too long to list. It's quite extraordinary, but suffice to say, he uses the cello as a sort of lead instrument. He comes from a rock background, a blues background. Personally, he's been trained, absolutely with classical precision. He knows exactly what he's doing. But Tony saw enough in him to have him play at his concert in London, and he performed a duet with Stuart Copeland, the drummer from The Police. So Callum he's got pedigree, he's got a hell of a presence, and he's definitely got an even more extraordinary future ahead of him. So he's done a little film for us just under half an hour, and he's incredibly open and generous with his music, as he is with his own personal story. He's one of these guys, incredibly talented and incredibly humble, and his honesty may delight you. It may hit you in the face a little bit because he doesn't hold back. So he's going to tell you a story. He's going to take you on a musical journey, as they say, but he's not dressing anything up. He's not about smoke and mirrors. He's the real thing. He's a very real person and a huge talent. So when our technical guys are ready, please take it away. The incredible stuff that comes from Callum Ingram.
Venturing forth, oh, when the world's acting my age and going far, and I'm going to go so far. Oh, in the world, I'm going to put all of your frustrations behind me, and I'm going to rock my way over to Japan, and I'm going to rock, and I'm going to roll my whole way, and I'm going to rock myself over to Japan, and I'm going to rock, and I'm going to roll my whole way, yeah. Venturing far, oh, in the world, I'm going to go so much further than you ever will. And I'm going to go make a man of myself and always tell the truth. I'm going to go into new worlds, a new chapter of my life, and I'm going to rock myself over to Japan, and I'm going to rock, and I'm going to roll my whole way, and I'm going to rock my way over to Japan. I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna sail, oh, my way, yeah. Way. How's Japan, y'all?
Citizen Fest, it's so good to be here. Thank you, We Are One and Clive Layton for having me. I'm Callum Ingram, and I'm going to be playing some music for y'all today. It's going to be kind of like amalgamation, a little like kind of Callum Ingram TV, if you will. It'll be really fun of different performances. I just did a couple of performances with a full band in the socially distant setting, which was really cool. Because, you know, it's so strange, isn't it, what's going on? It's been so much heartbreak and frustration, yet kind of creativity has blossomed out of this situation too. So I think it's all about being positive as much as we can, you know, thinking of solutions, being creative, like I said, just getting out there and, you know, keeping going. And yeah, so what you just heard there was a song called Japan, which is for me about a mentally abusive relationship, which I thought was very appropriate to start for this festival. You know, I'm also a member of the LGBT community, so it's like thought, you know, it'd be a good thing to kind of present first, which is cool. So the next song I'm going to play is a song called Going Home, and this is off my first album actually, and it's the first time really doing it live with a full band. I did it in the studio, but like it's really exciting to kind of give you like an alternative rocky like full band version for you today, so enjoy.
Spread my wings. I hope I'm gonna fly over the oceans. I spread my wings. I hope I'm gonna fly over the oceans. Oh well, yes, we're going there, and yes, I'm heading home, Yeah, we're heading home. Oh yeah. Like the eagle, oh yes, we're gonna fly over the whole world. Yes, we're gonna fly over the whole damn world. Oh yeah. Oh, and yes, I'm going there, and yes, I'm heading home, Yeah, we're heading. Like the butterfly, gonna spread your love all my way. Woo! Yes, I'm gonna fly all over the world. Yes, I'm gonna fly all over the world. I know that you need me, yeah, like the hive to the bee. Woo! All you need to do is try to keep me high. Oh yeah, like the butterfly, spread your love all my way. Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna fly. Oh, I'm gonna fly over the world. Yes, I'm gonna fly all over the world. Good old-fashioned loving, yeah, is what we all need. Oh yeah, all you need to do is try to keep me so damn high, like the butterfly. Gotta spread your love all my way. Yes, I'm gonna fly all over the world, over the damn world.
Hope you all are having fun. The next couple of tunes are really cool. Dancing in the Moonlight, which I just released. This is a really cool like alternative version I did a couple of years ago with none other than Stuart Copeland from The Police. I was asked by Tony Visconti to play a duet with him on Dancing in the Moonlight by Thin Lizzy at his 50-year celebration concert in London. It was like so cool, so fun, an amazing person to create music with. So I really hope you guys get down and dig our jam that you're about to see. Also, there's a song called Flow that's a really important song to me. It's all about freeing your mind and, you know, going with the flow. It's kind of, I can imagine it about like the ocean, you know, how it's just a force of nature that just goes no matter what. You got to live your life like that and just flow into any situation and just do what you feel is right. That's kind of how I feel about it, you know? So hope you enjoy these two tunes and yeah. Woo!
Oh yes, we're dancing in the moonlight. Oh, it's alright, it's alright. Oh yes, we're dancing in the moonlight. Oh yes, it's alright, it's alright. Woo! Oh, my father. Woo! Ah. When I pass you in the doorway, oh, you took me with a glance. Oh, I should have taken that bus home, but I asked you for a dance. Woo! Oh, yes, we're dancing in the moonlight. Oh, it's alright, it's alright. Oh, we're dancing in the moonlight. Oh, it's alright, it's alright. Oh, well, my father, he's going crazy. I'm living in a trance. Oh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I got chocolate stains on my hair. Dancing in the moonlight. Oh, it's alright, it's alright. Oh, we're dancing in the moonlight. Oh, it's alright, it's alright.
All right, well, that's it. Thank you, Clive Layton. Thank you, Citizen Fest. We're one for having me. This has been so fun, been so awesome, and such a privilege to put this together for you and everyone watching. I'm going to leave you with my latest release called Demonize. You'll get to see the full music video, which I'm really excited about. Check it out. Check me out on callumingram.com, www.facebook.com/CallumIngramMusic. Same for Instagram. And for Twitter, it's Callum _Ingram after Twitter. So yeah, cool, awesome. I'll see you guys soon. Woo!
Yes, you petrify. You make me so scared. I want to run. Why does this infect my soul? Why does this infect me? Yes, you hypnotize. You make me so scared. Yes, I'm losing the will to live. Why would you tell me right down? You're making me lose my mind. Now you're out of my life, and it's finally raised me high. I'm beating your gaze. Yes, I'm ready to fly off. I got places to go, mountains to climb. I'm on my way. Oh, yes, yes, you petrify. Why you can't
Okay, so there we go. The fantastic Callum England there, and everybody enjoyed that. I went down a storm, so well done. Look out for him for years to come. Okay, so me and Clive is going to have a lie. Well, I was going to say have a lie down, but no, have a sit down, and we're going to go on with part one of our debate tonight. I'm looking forward to this, actually, chaired by our fantastic John Dalrymple, who's put this fantastic event on, and he is joined by Donald McCaskill. I'm sure you know Donald by now. He is the CEO of Scottish Care. He's been in the news recently, and I'm happy to welcome back Simon Duffy, who I've met a few times. He is the director of Centre of Welfare Reform. So we're going to go. Don't know where, but we'll be back at 6 o'clock. So it's over to John.
Thank you. Thank you to Michael and Clive. Thanks for those kind words and the warm welcome. It's great to have Donald with us tonight, and Simon. Donald, you're in the air, I think.
Technically in tunes, so that's an insult already, John.
You have to be careful with these things.
Oh,
and, yes. I learned to swim in Troon, right enough. And Simon, you're in Sheffield?
Yep. Sheffield in the house.
In the house. Okay. So great to have you both, that you've both been able to make the time to be here. Just some brief introductions from me. Donald, originally from the Western Isles, from Skye, has an illustrious set of letters after his name, MA, BD, PhD, was a founder of the training organisation Equal and Diverse and worked in that for many years, and is now the Chief Executive of Scottish Care, as Michael was saying. Simon was originally an NHS management trainee, worked in the Southwark Consortium. Simon and I met in Glasgow in the mid-90s after your Hartness Fellowship there. Simon founded Inclusion Glasgow, and we worked on the Lennox Castle closure programme. Subsequently, Simon got his PhD. He founded In Control, and later and currently is founded the Citizen Network and the Centre for Welfare Reform. So, distinguished company. We're going to think tonight a wee bit about where we're at in 2020 in the midst of this COVID thing and what the implications are for social care. But just to begin with, maybe get each of you to say a wee bit individually before you get into discussion. Looking at one of your or some of your recent blogs, Donald, and I was delighted to come across one of my favourite poems of all time, Aunt Julia, who spoke Gaelic very loud and very fast. And I'm a person who is, for the 99th time, attempting to learn Gaelic through Duolingo. But you were a native speaker, and English was your second language, I think. Or yeah. So in that poem, there's a kind of growing anger about lots and lots of unanswered questions. So one of my questions is, what drew you into this social care world in the first place?
Gosh, that's a big one. Actually, if I can think back to, so the poem, for people who might not have read the blog, is by Norman McCaig, and I was very fortunate in being in a school where our English teacher just knew lots of poets and took them to see us, and there weren't any mystical characters. English wasn't my first language, neither was Gaelic, actually, because when I went to school, I was defined as being of little educational ability and unlikely to attain and achieve. Now, I'll leave the viewers to decide whether or not that's true or not. But the reason I was so defined was that I was an identical twin, and I primarily communicated in a mixture of twin speak and Gaelic. And in an English setting, that simply meant that I was considered to be of limited intelligence. And I know that because years later I did a search through Freedom of Information for my old school records and saw that as my primary one description. And throughout my life, I have had family members who've had, because of disability, difficulty communicating. And so communication has always been primary to me, and being able to have an individual heard, valued, seen, and noticed. And so for me, social care, whether it's the support of older people, which is my primary focus now, or when I ran our learning disability project in Glasgow, has always been about equality, dignity, treating people with rights, and recognizing that the only difference that should exist is the degree of our uniqueness. Yeah. And that for me, that's what social care is all about. It's about enabling the fulfillment of your life, your potential as a citizen. And basically that's what I've spent very many different jobs doing throughout my life.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Donald. I think that just gives folk an insight into who you are and why you're here, why you're doing what you're doing. Simon, turning to you, a recent blog of yours, you were taking the church to task for its attitude towards poverty, really, food banks versus universal basic income, and quoting the book of Isaiah at them. And elsewhere in Isaiah, it talks about the oppressed being set free and every yoke being broken. And I just wonder if that's part of the reason you're in this work, is to try and achieve those kind of things.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Sorry, you've thrown me a little bit there, John. But yes, there's another, I'm not very good at remembering things exactly, but there's another bit in the Bible which talks about social injustice as keeping the poor and old outside your walls. I don't remember where that is, but that always seems to me a powerful account and understanding of social justice. And for me, I got into this. It was lovely. I just saw in the comments, so Bridie is on this call, I was a trainee with in the NHS, and so we had a great time together. But it was all a very strange adventure for a slightly academic young man. I'd been at Edinburgh University, and then I was, even though I asked to be working in the north of England for the NHS, they sent me down to Eastbourne. So I mustn't have done very well on my scoring, but I managed to get on the programme. And then as part of my training, I went to this institution. And for me, I suppose the whole thing was like revelatory. I mean, probably unlike Donald, I probably never really thought about these things at all. And it was just this kind of blooming heck moment, but kind of very double-edged, because I just really loved being with the people that were kind of captured by this institution. I was just amazed by them and felt like I was connecting, but then the horror of the place, and then I went on this journey of trying to understand, how did we end up like this? How did we end up doing this to folk? And I suppose kind of reading people like Wolfensberger and meeting wonderful people like John O'Brien who helped me understand things. I kind of, coming with a philosophical background, that's what I studied at Edinburgh's philosophy and politics. I felt like the world of inclusion, the world of inclusion and citizenship was being brought to life more by thinkers like John O'Brien than it was by people who were the superstars of traditional philosophy. I felt like what we were touching here was more real than the kind of rather abstract notions of social justice that I was studying at university. And I feel like that's the journey I've been on. And I know I can tend to sometimes be a little bit too abstract and a bit too wordy, but all the time I'm trying to work out what those ideas really mean and what we should be doing differently. And I've always been kind of trying to straddle those two worlds of action and thought.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that. I want just to kind of draw you into conversation now then about what on earth is going on in 2020. What are we learning? Are we just learning more of the same, what we already knew, and is it just being magnified by COVID? Or are there real insights that we're gaining in the social care field at the present time? So, yeah, just, I don't know what your response might be to that.
Yeah, who do you want us to start with, John?
Whoever.
I mean, can I say something controversial to begin with? Just,
it's not like you, Simon.
No, I know, but I think we might as well out this issue. Like, the death rates in residential care are horrific. When the whole thing started, I was speaking to the Director of Public Health in Sheffield, who's a really good guy. And part of the original script for the response to COVID was certainly shielding.
Yeah.
And then what they did was discharge people into hospitals. Scotland's figures are awful, but actually Scotland has been more honest about what's been going on. The figures in England have been hidden. The recent report on CQC hiding the data to protect the residential care industry. So there are other things. I mean, I'm involved in the Campaign for Basic Income, which is highlighting the economic fragility that COVID is showing. There's other things which are the amazing uprising of community action that we've seen. I mean, just some really positive stuff. But I think the kind of thing about residential care that I find depressing, and I don't know whether we're going to, that if you look at the news analysis, it's kind of a mixture, isn't it, of, oh, this is terrible, but it's kind of sad and it's kind of inevitable and ... I mean, what I don't see really is any kind of analysis in the public domain which says this is totally unnecessary. Residential care has historically been a bit of an accident. The levels of residential care in the UK are very, very high, and that's for political and economic reasons, a lot driven by Thatcher's policies. We've chosen to institutionalise our elders and disabled people when we didn't have to. We've chosen not to invest in community. We've chosen not to support inclusion. We know that residential care is associated not with just these kind of tragedies, but always with a deterioration of health and mental health when people are put into residential care, always with increased risk of abuse. I know that I know that there are people working in residential care who are brilliant human beings. This is always the paradox of institutionalization. It's not really about the human beings, but it's the structures which just are not good for society generally, I'd say. And I think that we need to have a conversation where we start to reimagine residential care, either that it shouldn't exist, or at the very least we should be saying, why the hell is anybody moving away from their neighborhood to live in residential care? I mean, that is a real mystery. If you can perhaps make a case to say, well, look, some support is better organized in some congregated way. I'm not convinced, but I'm not unconvincible. But I'm not convinced that anybody should be living on the other side of the city or the other side of the country, which tens of thousands of people are doing, and for reasons which are all to do with private finance, housing, and nothing to do with human beings or communities. Sorry, there's mine.
There's a good opening pitch. Donald, your response to that.
There's an awful lot of what Simon says that I can agree with. There's a lot I would actually strongly disagree with and think that he's mixed an awful lot up in a potpourri. So if we think about COVID for a moment, nothing which has gone wrong in the care home sector in Scotland during the pandemic could not have been stopped. The faults of residential care in Scotland sitting here in September were there in February. They were there last year. They were there the year before. And people like me have been moaning about it all the time. And nobody listened. Let's be completely honest. What COVID has done, it has shone a spotlight of shame upon our ageist, presumptuous behaviour that the old should be out of sight and out of mind, that you contribute to the care and support of older people half as much that you contribute to the support and care of the young. So it has exposed a blatant age discriminatory attitude within society. Now, I agree with Simon that care should be delivered locally. It has to be based in community. There are loads of models in Scotland, but also predominantly in Europe, which have group living, congregated living at the heart of communities. And I think an awful lot of commentary around particularly the support of older people has failed to recognise that there are some conditions of age which it is virtually impossible to support in an individual domestic setting, especially the way in which domestic settings are established in Scotland or the United Kingdom. Now, I come from a rural community where care is essentially in the home, and where it's necessary, it's in congregated living, proximate and close to the community. That's my vision of the care home sector, which is local, which is proximate, which is community-based, but which is realistic. I mean, I've worked with people and supported and lived with dementia as a family disease, both grandparents, mother, etc. And I recognise that it is impossible. It reaches a stage of impossibility for you to support a family member without 24/7 support. Now, you can either do that if you're lucky and privileged and wealthy in your own home, or you have to develop some sort of community-based support where you can care for that person. So the corruption of our system has to do with finance. It has to do with a lack of prioritization. It has to do with the fact that we in too many instances, assume that people stop contributing as citizens either once they get a diagnosis of dementia or once they reach the age of 70, 80 or 90. I see older age as living to the full and to the last moments of breath. I'd like to have the choice where I want to do that. At the moment, our system doesn't give me that choice. And that's the fault of the system, not necessarily those who work in it.
Yep. Simon, coming back to you then, and maybe disentangling that potpourri a wee bit.
Well, I suppose it's interesting. So Donald, I'd already said, as I agree with Donald, it's not the people, it's certainly not the support workers. I'm not sure about some of the people though, Donald. I mean, I'm going to give you, so one example that really strikes me here is the development of residential care. Residential care really shot up in about 1980 when Mrs. Thatcher made some changes to the benefit system that created something called board and lodging. And what that allowed was lots of people went into the residential care business, and there are lots of, increasingly the residential care is now taken over by large private investors, but at the time a lot of people put money into residential care, set up residential care units, creamed money out of that system. Many politicians have money or investments in residential care. So all of this is very financial, it seems to me. When I was running In Control in England, we developed a model which basically said everybody should have control of their own funding. All the time people kept some, this wouldn't work in residential care. I said, well, I don't see why, because when we actually gave people who were in residential care control of the funding that was already there, what they did was they left. I mean, they left and they sorted out support at home. And again, I think there are some very interesting assumptions about what efficient and good quality care looks like. And again, that may be an area where we could tussle a bit, but I have no doubt in asserting that tons of people currently in residential care, supposedly for their own good, could be better supported in smaller situations or in family with support, or in their own home and with support. There are lots of different ways of doing that, which we just choose not to do. What happened that was really strange, and it kind of only really crystallised after I'd been kind of forced out of In Control. But the residential care sector clearly did a number on the Department of Health and managed to suddenly get the whole of residential care excluded from the implications of the Care Act. So there's a kind of strange thing that goes on in England at the moment, which is you have this Care Act, which says everybody will have an individual budget. You will have control and choice about how that budget is used. And then, but nowhere that's very clear, but not in residential care. So when you go into residential care, you're now in this kind of protected system where all of the transparency, all of the control has disappeared. Who lobbied for that? I mean, it wasn't me, it wasn't disabled people, it was the residential care sector itself, who clearly put pressure, and that which they know how to bear, because how else can they protect this industry, put pressure on the Department of Health to basically remove themselves out of that system. So there are some people, Donald, I'd say, who are maybe have some different incentives here. And they're protecting an industry, they're protecting their own financial interests. They're certainly not looking after the interests of their staff, because they pay their staff the minimum they can get away with. But I think that there is a real economic issue here, and a real issue of exploitation by particular sets of interests.
Okay, now I can't talk about England, Simon. I'll talk about Scotland. So, unlike the Care Act, we've got, as you know better than anybody, we've got the self-directed support legislation, which the three people in this conversation were very involved in establishing. And from the beginning, people like me were arguing this has to work in residential care. And politicians in Scotland excluded residential care. There was a campaign, it was included. One of my early jobs was as an SDS development, doing an awful lot of work in trying to get SDS to work in residential care. The sector asked for it, the sector wanted it, because unlike in England, only 13% of care homes in Scotland are owned by large corporate groups. We're smaller community-based organisations, you know, major charities are involved as well. And Crossreach, for instance, the Church of Scotland, had a tremendous SDS project. What stopped it, and if you look at a report which my own organisation produced in February, we have 3% of older people in residential care in Scotland in February with an SDS package. Now, what stopped that? The blooming councils, the vested interest of power, in particularly in one political party's ethos, and I'll not name them, which wanted to retain power and control at local authority level. So the fact that a local authority on average in Scotland pays its own service twice as much per week as it gives to a charity, and we've got 4 of the major charities in Scotland in March saying to the Scottish Parliament, this is economically unsustainable. That corruption at public level in Scotland isn't because of private interest, as it may be, in inverted commas, in England. It's because of the has-been politicians at local authority level who've wanted to retain authority and control. Had we SDS working properly in the residential care sector in Scotland, I have absolutely no doubt that the horrors that we have just experienced of underfunding, under-resourcing, prioritisation of the NHS, clinical abandonment of older people in care homes, i.e. the COVID nightmare, would have been partially not the result.
Yeah, well, but the fact that I'm English, I'd be living in a sensible country.
I don't know you castigate Scotland. I'll leave you to do England.
No, I mean, we know that, you know, it's like with the SDS Act itself, Scotland has done a better job in framing its legislation. There's less corruption. And you're right, Donald, that one of the barriers in England is certainly a certain kind of complacent and controlling attitude at local government, some of which I don't see as particularly party political in the English sense either. I mean, I don't see, apart from what I suspect that sometimes is just personal greed from one party that I will name, which is the Conservative Party. But for other politicians, I think they're more confused than anything else. I don't think they quite know how to make sense of this industry, which shouldn't be an industry, this strange thing that's emerged over decades of bad policy making. But yes, you certainly get an attitude at local government, which is, well, this is our empire. And in England particularly, what I noticed was this world of commissioning. I mean, and kind of like a middle management thinking level of just like, well, this is all we know now how to do. I mean, and again, I won't blame Mrs. Thatcher for this, but some of this emerged out of that kind of commissioning thinking, which said, all right, well, our job now is to contract for A, B, and what as soon as you start disentangling that and giving power to individuals, a whole set of people's their interests were threatened, and they certainly shored up this notion that, well, you know, no, we've got to safeguard some of the pie for us to decide how it will be done. And residential care certainly, I think, to opt residential care out certainly suited some people in local government and their jobs and their self-definition, for sure. And yeah, this is more an English problem than a Scottish problem, for sure. But we're not talking about England or Scotland, really. We're talking about the world, aren't we? And
And I think in that, Simon, we're talking about, from my perspective, and I'm part of the Global Ageing Network, etc., is a profound issue of discrimination. So much as I can remember listening to people at Jack Pierpoint and Marsha and others around inclusion with regards to learning disabilities and the closure of long-stay institutions, what we have allowed to perpetuate both in residential care and in the community is a rampant ageism, which we dare not speak its name.
Yeah.
And we've seen that in the COVID response, whether it is through DNA CPR certificates sent because you get to the age of 70, whether it's clinical guidance which says that when we get a restriction of resources, we're going to make a decision based on chronological age. I have absolutely no doubt that if we had prevented visiting into children and young people's facilities to the degree to which we have prevented visiting into older people's facilities, there would have been an outcry. But we choose this paternalistic, ageist response to older people's care. And today there's a demonstration outside the Scottish Parliament, quite rightly, of families desperate to reconnect with their older relatives in care homes because the state has decided it's risk averse rather than risk enabling of its care.
As the oldest of the trio here, I'm going to wrest control for a moment as we head towards the end of our first half hour. It's been fascinating debate. We have a half hour of further music, and then we'll come back and continue the discussion. A final kind of observation from me in the Scottish context is just that the Self-Directed Support Act has not been working well for anyone, and all the more so for older people. I would totally agree. But had we had it working effectively in a generic sense across the country, then the implications of COVID might have been less. But we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, guys, for your frank and honest exchange. And I'll hand back now to Michael and Clive.
Go and find my potpourri. All right.
There we go. Kind of fascinating debate there. And obviously I'm wearing a different hat today, but I'm a big kind of like disability campaign, and all the points that the guys were looking to, we kind of like agree about human rights issue and stuff like that. I don't know, obviously we can come back to speak about this after the second half of the debate, what is up at 6:30. But Clive, anything from you taken from that debate?
Yeah, what I've taken from that is I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. I do want to get involved. Everybody wants to get involved. It's one of these discussions. I want to leave the three of them to decide who's the referee and antagonist and protagonist. But it's going to go on forever. I think one of the key problems is that we've got a system which either overpowers the right people and empowers the wrong people. And I just think fundamentally we allow a system to happen that doesn't support those that need support. So we can argue the theories of it all, and I don't want to, there has to be some positive action taken, which is really easy to say. But if you want progress, there has to be change, and our system needs change. Our system in every angle, every aspect, whether it's globally, locally, regionally, nationally, has to change. It's a huge, huge headache, and ultimately we're all going to get older or not in one condition or another. So this is something that affects us all directly and indirectly. We have to witness what's going on around us to our nearest and dearest. So I get exasperated, as my wife will tell you, that it's just the people at the top just act like they're at the bottom, and it's so frustrating. So fascinating to hear what those guys have to say, and I love their passion and their slash emotion, but I love really that they're all totally vehemently for citizenship rather than against any aspect of it. So it's just a case of figuring out the right way to manage all those passions and all those philosophies. And
I suppose this is what the festival is all about. We are one. Nobody should be left behind. It goes quickly. I know we're moving on to some music in a minute quickly, but I would like John to expand on his point about self-directed support, because a quick thing for me is I'm not sure if you know too much about self-directed support, Clive, but in different areas in Scotland, it's not working for some people, and some of the councils are not interested in using direct payment, self-directed support. But that's me. My mouth is shut for now. Over to Clive, and we'll have a bit of music now.
Yeah, we will. A bit of light relief. Try. Rachel, I'm going to try my best. So we've had all that stuff. So I'm going to flannel up for a minute or two, maybe a few seconds, and try and just bring the show down. We definitely deserve some light relief. And I say light, I don't mean in the quality of the music, in the fact that we're certainly going to relax, we're going to enjoy this. Rachel's been playing for years, singer-songwriter, attracted attention from all over the place. I know quite a few of the guys in the music industry, particularly in London, are really interested in what she has to say. She's got labels there fighting over her. She's signed to somebody as it is. She's worked with some extraordinary producers, people that have produced Kylie Minogue, Liam Payne. She's working with Mr. Friedman, who has also produced Whitney Houston. So she's got an amazing pedigree of industry followers and fanatics. She's been gigging and doing festivals all over the UK for years. I encountered her, 5-6 years ago. I was curating Glasgow and Ice at George Square, and encountered her then. And I've just watched her grow and develop. So she's capable of amazing things. She's already making extraordinary inroads. She's got a fan base of 24,000 last time I looked at it on social media alone. So if you don't know about her, you will very, very shortly. So have a look at this 26-minute video that Rachel's put together for us. So I give you, from Balloch and Loch Lomond, this is Rachel Ryan.
Ryan, and I'm a singer-songwriter from Scotland, and I'm here today to show my support for the System Fest We Are One festival, virtually, obviously, because of everything going on, but I put together some music, some originals, some covers, and if you want to go and check out my music, everything is up on my website, www.rachelryan.com.
Through the rain fall, round in circles, I try to find an and I'm falling, falling down. Though my heart glows, you are my shadow. I try to fight it and I'm falling, falling down. I take one step or two, you're right behind, but I can't escape it from the look in your eyes. No, it ain't easy when I say goodbye. We'll never know until we try. You'll be my shadow, you gotta let go. I've been wanting more time and space to figure it out. You'll be my shadow, you gotta let go. Maybe silence in the morning, you won't hear a sound. And when the rain falls and though my heart glows, you're my shadow. Believe you'll see me in your sweet dreams. Don't try to find it and I won't stop now. And when I'm leaving, I'll leave you sleeping. Don't try to find it and I won't stop now. I take one step or two, you're right behind, but I can't escape it from the look in your eyes. No, it ain't easy when I say goodbye. We'll never know until we try. You'll be my shadow, you gotta let go. I've been wanting more time and space to figure it out. You'll be my shadow, you gotta let go. Maybe silence in the morning, you won't hear a sound. You'll be my shadow when the rain falls and though my heart glows, you're my shadow. And when the rain falls, wherever I go, you're my shadow. You'll be my shadow when the rain falls and all my heart glows. You're my shadow. And when the rain falls and all my heart glows, you are my shadow. And when the wind blows, wherever I go, you are my shadow. There's a hero. If you look inside your heart, you don't have to be afraid of what you are. There's an answer if you reach into your soul, and the sorrow that you know will melt away. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. When you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. It's a long road when you face the world alone. No one reaches out a hand for you to hold. cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. And when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. Whoa, and light the house. The dreams are hard to follow, but don't let anyone tear them away. Just hold on, and there will be tomorrow, and in time you'll find the way. Yeah. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. And when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. That a hero lies in you. That a hero lies in you. In these arms, always space for you. No matter what you do or say, break your walls, all that I can do. But am I writing on an empty page? I offer my heart, I offer my life, and you throw it right back. I offer the love, I offer the skies, then you throw it right back. Kick me out and crush me down, throw the flowers on the ground. I'm here to stay, and you'll never see me walk away. Push away and turn your face, turn your back on my embrace. I'm here to stay, and you'll never see me walk away. These eyes, only tears for you. I'm broken by the words you say. Find your colors, let them shine on you. To free your heart and empty space, I offer my heart, I offer my life. Then you throw it right back, kick me out and crush me down, throw the flowers on the ground. I'm here to stay, and you'll never see me walk away. Push away and turn your face, turn your back on my embrace. I'm here to stay, and you'll never see me walk away. I offer my life, I offer my heart, I offer it all. Is that enough? I offer my life, I offer my love, I offer it all. Is that enough? Kick me out and crush me down, throw the flowers on the ground. I'm here to to stay. And you'll never see me walk away, push away and turn your face, turn your back on my embrace. I'm here to stay, and you'll never see me walk away. I offer my life, I offer my heart, I offer it all. Is that enough? I offer my life, I offer my love, I offer it all. Is that enough? Yeah. Driving hard, hit me up on the fast lane. If you are here, change the gear, welcome to the game. You're giving me the signs, trying to let me know you got the green light, but gotta take it slow. Take control, hit it up on the dance floor. Catch my eye, passing by, trying to give me more. You're giving me the signs, trying to let me know you got the green light, and I'm ready to go. You got me running faster than I've ever been. You got me seeing things now that I've never seen. You got me going all night. Oh, you got it, you got the green light. You got me running faster than I've ever been. You got me seeing things now that I've never seen. You got me going all night. Oh, you got it, you got the green light. Driving hard, hit me up on the highway. Getting close, cause you know what you're gonna say. You're right on track and it's my decision. No turning back, it's the one-way system. You got me running faster than I've ever been. You got me seeing things now that I've never seen. You got me going all night. Oh, you got it, you got the green light. 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 Yeah. Oh, getting late, but you're near to the finish line. Catch your breath, go ahead, cause you're nearly mine. You're giving me the signs, trying to let me know I am the green light, and I'm ready to go. You got me running faster. Yeah, I'm ready to go. You got me saying things out. Yeah, I'm ready to go. You got me going. Yeah, I'm ready to go. You got the green light. You got me running faster than I've ever been. You got me saying things now I've never seen. You got me going all night. Oh, you got it, you got the green light. 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 Havana, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. Whoa, half of my heart is in Havana. There's something about his manners. Ooh, take me back, back, back. Ooh, ooh, take me back, back, back. Ooh, boy, I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true, la la la. Boy, you should be running. Oh, you know I love it in Havana, ooh la la. It took me back to East Atlanta, la la la. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh la la. Wow, my heart is in Havana. Woke up today in a world of silence. Woke up in fear, but no sign of violence. Yeah. And there's no loaded guns in the house of fun. It's only you and me. And there's no bitter smoke in the wild outdoors. I see myself running free in these foreign streets. I'm waking up to dreams. I'm holding on to love. It's more than enough. I'm holding on to better things. There's a thrill of hope that we're all together. Yeah, yeah. Feel the peace inside now more than ever. Surround our hopelessness with a happiness. We see ourselves running free in these foreign streets. I'm waking up to dreams. I'm holding on to love. It's more than enough. I'm holding on to better things. Give me the time, I understand, yeah. More arms to hold, more open hands, yeah. And we feel the need to run with open eyes to light. In these foreign streets, I'm waking up to dreams. I'm holding on to love. It's more than enough. I'm holding on to better things. In these foreign streets, I'm waking up to dreams. We're holding on to love. It's more than enough. We're holding on to better things. We're holding on to better things. Mama said you're a pretty girl. What's in your head? It doesn't matter. Brush your hair, fix your teeth. What you wear is all that matters. Just another stage, pageant the pain away. This time I'm gonna take the crown without falling down, down, down. Pretty eyes, shine the light on whatever's words. Perfection is a disease of a nation. Pretty hurts, pretty hurts. Pretty eyes, shine the light on whatever's words. Trying to fix something but you can't fix what you can't see. It's the soul that needs a surgery. Blonde hair, flat chest, he says bigger is better. South Beach, sugar-free, Vogue says thinner is better. Just another stage, pageant the pain away. This time I'm gonna take the crown without falling down, down, down. Pretty eyes, shine the light on whatever's worse. Perfection is a disease of a nation. Pretty hurts, pretty hurts. Pretty eyes, shine the light on whatever's worse. Trying to fix something but you can't fix what you can't see. It's a soul that needs a surgery. Ain't got no doctor or pill that can take the pain away. The pain's inside, ain't nobody free from your body. It's my soul that needs surgery. It's my soul that needs surgery. Plastic smiles under nothing only take you so far. And then you'll break with the fake facade, leaves you in the dark. Left with shattered mirrors and the shards of a beautiful girl. Pretty eyes, shine a light on whatever's worse. Perfection is a disease of a nation. Pretty hurts, pretty hurts. Pretty eyes, shine the light on whatever's worse. Try to fix something but you can't fix what you can't see. It's a soul that needs a surgery. You're alone out by yourself. It's my soul, it's my soul that needs a surgery. Reflection stares right into you. Yeah. Are you happy with yourself? My soul needs a surgery. Are you happy with yourself? It's my soul that needs a surgery. Are you happy with yourself? It's my soul that needs the surgery.
Hey, and I'm back. I really hope you enjoyed that. If you do want to go check out more of my music, it's up on www.rachelrian.com. And I just want to say thank you again to the Citizen Fest for having me. I really support what you guys are doing, amazing causes, and some that are really personal to me. So all the best.
Look what you started. You got my body calling. Ooh, I would never fight it. From midnight till the morning. From midnight till the morning.
There we go. That was magnificent, the answer. Thanks for that. Thanks for taking the time out. Now we're going back to the debate what we had half an hour ago, and that was quite an interesting debate. So hopefully you can stick about for the next half an hour and listen to the man that's actually put us on behind the team, John Dalrymple. But he's joined by the CEO of Scottish Care, Donald McCaskill, and Simon Duffy, who is the director of Centre for Welfare Reform. So,
and welcome back, everyone, to the second half of our debate and discussion. I don't know how you feel, guys, about conducting the second half in song.
No. Before the watershed, John, so I can't tell you how I feel about that.
We could maybe achieve some sort of three-part harmony, but maybe not. So, what I thought we'd maybe try and do in the second half is look ahead. So we've been looking at how things have been, how things currently are, but what lies beyond? What's in front of us? What might be the potential vision for the future? And I wonder if we could maybe just start in both Scotland and England, this notion has been floated about what people are calling a national care service as a kind of response to COVID almost. We need to take control of this. We need to manage it in a different way. But what does it actually mean? And what are your takes individually on what that might mean?
Yeah. Well, in England, the term was first used, I think, from memory by Andy Burnham, going back a wee way, back into the end of the New Labour era. And then it kind of became a word that was used a bit in Labour policy. And then we've heard little sounds of even the Tories maybe adopting a policy around this. But it's all a little bit vague, actually, John, a little bit unclear what anybody really means by it. I mean, I'm involved in a number of different national conversations, but there's a lot of tensions get covered up when they use these kind of big term. And so one thing I think it means to lots of people is the end of means testing in social care. And I think sometimes that's basically what people are saying, is we need to end means testing in social care. That's one distinct issue. And then the second, I think, is they want to, I think some people really see a value in integrating health and social care. I think this is a bit mysterious because what they actually mean is integrating health and adult social care. So in a strange way, children get left because they're in theory meant to be integrated with education. And I think this is all a bit weird and slippery and not very clear what it means at all. And then I think other people are really like the notion of a kind of centralized service. Some of those are people I would think of as our allies, but I don't think I necessarily agree with what people are claiming. So there's an image, I think, for some that what we need is kind of for social care is a remaking of the Independent Living Fund, and that we recreate that, and that somehow London, for us in England anyway, I guess, is going to send packages of funding out to individuals. In a way, maybe a bit like the Australians have tried to reform their system in a kind of similar way. So they have an office in Victoria, Geelong, which is miles, hundreds of thousands of miles away from people, but is responsible for everybody's individual funding package. In a way, part of this responds to something that Donald touched on earlier, and you touched on, John, which is that a lot of people are very upset with local government and local government's performance around social care. But I'm a little bit confused about this because it seems to me the last thing we need to do is give central government more power. It seems to me like what central government does with more power is usually make more decisions that suit people in central government. It doesn't tend to suit neighbourhoods or communities very well. So I think that's what it means in an English context anyway, some kind of cocktail of those three elements.
Thanks, Simon. Do you think it's any more concrete, Donald, in Scotland, what's meant by a national care service?
I suppose the debate has been a little bit different, but it has elements which Simon's just articulated. So Scottish Labour had the National Care Service in their manifesto in December, but given that very few people read that, including candidates, it then began to be articulated much more vocally during the early stage of the pandemic. And I think certainly it's become a little bit of a soundbite without substance. It makes everybody feel cuddly and warm because it sounds like the NHS. The present government have said they are sympathetic to the idea of a national care service, but that's all they've said. So, I mean, I'm sympathetic to a lot of things. You know, the Scottish Labour Party had 4 principles attached to it, and they didn't really say much more than that in Richard Leonard's speech, other than that they were going to get 25,000 well-paid jobs. Don't know where from, don't know who's going to pay for them, but they're going to get 25,000. And I think on the next day in the radio said, I want 50,000. So I think there are elements, and in all seriousness, we've got the National Adult Care Review going on and it's been set up. And that's got a huge task to get a report for the future of social care done and dusted by January with recommendations. Apologies for the cynicism. But I think there are elements of the concept of what might lie behind a national care service, which many of us would warm. One is putting the citizen at the centre. The second is addressing the inequity of charging and why, if you're unfortunate enough to develop cancer, most of your care and support and social care will be paid for by the state. But if you're one of the thousands who develop dementia, you're probably going to have to sell your house in order to be supported for, regardless of residential or other care. The third element is that important community element. So I share John Simon's concern about the central state taking over and creating this great national care service. I don't want that, but neither do I want the balls up of social care that's happened at local government level in Scotland. So the fourth C that I would say is that we've got to have a grown-up conversation about costing and finance, because what we've done is care on the cheap. And you'll never get a politician to admit that, but we all know who've got anything to do with social care, it's been on the cheap. And we need to have a grown-up conversation about how are we in Scotland going to pay for an increasingly ageing population who thankfully are living longer, but unfortunately are living with more morbidities. How are we going to pay for human rights-based, dignified, person-centred care and support that allows them to be citizens when we've got a shrinking work base, which has now become even smaller courtesy of the obscene xenophobic immigration policies of Westminster? So nobody's having that discussion. Is it an insurance scheme? Is it increased taxation? We need to have those debates. So I think there's lots to appeal. National terms and conditions, elevating the standard of quality and care, looking at diverse models, putting choice at the heart. So I think this is a real opportunity for us, but let's move beyond the slogans which make some politicians feel good and might help others get elected.
Simon, any thoughts on what Donald was saying there about our context here?
Yeah, well, again, I think it is quite similar, really. Even though you've got a better brand of politicians and some of the stupid right-wing stuff is off your agenda, I think the fudge is really in the same place. I think one of the things, so I have to accept this criticism of my position. I mean, I probably come from this. I can imagine a bunch of different solutions which I think could retain a lot more interesting creativity at a local community level, and I'd be happy to talk about that. But there is a sense in which disability right advocates are correct in saying, well, if you want to protect the overall level of funding, then you make it a central responsibility. Because actually that is, we can do lots of finger pointing at local government, but the reason why local government gets cut and the reason why local government struggles all the time is because central government is like any system. Basically, the centre takes the first cut and looks after its own, and then hands over any cuts, deeper cuts, to others to make. This is not a kind of recent political phenomenon. It's almost written into the kind of logic of human behaviour. People just want to make the weak and the weaker responsible for any problems and responsible for any blame. So you can see that in the welfare state we have a kind of structural problem, which is that some bits are central and therefore better protected, and some bits get devolved and are worse protected, and therefore there's a rationality in saying let's push this up so it becomes a central responsibility, and so therefore issues of equity and the way costs are calculated are done on the same basis across the piece. And I think at some level, given that logic, there's got to be some national component. And in a funny way, I think that I probably want to have my cake and eat it and say, actually, at some level, health and social care and all of these things do need to be treated as equals at a central level. What we then need to do is actually devolve them all at a kind of operational level. So, I mean, to flip this round, one of the challenges about this whole National Care Service, I think, is to assume that central government's very good at running our health services. What's really brilliant about the NHS is there's no means testing. But actually, one of the major problems of the health service is a lot of power is stripped away from local actors, community teams, local nurses, GPs. They're constantly dancing to a central script, which actually has no logic other than constantly politicians coming up with the new narrative to improve the health service. And Scotland's gone through its own version of this recently, I think, which is, you know, again, not dissimilar to the nonsense we've done, even with some of the jargon's different. In the end, you get systems dancing, people chasing their tail, doing stuff that isn't really helpful, rather than actually allowing people to get on with their job at the front line. The thing I'd really like to see, as well as a kind of radical devolution of all the welfare state, is some way of strengthening neighbourhoods. The amazing thing about the UK, and this is true in Scotland and England pretty equally, is that neighbourhoods have no constitutional support. Like, a neighbourhood is really quite a big thing, several thousand people. In many countries, neighbourhoods are the basis upon which social care itself would be organised. It's a logical kind of area to figure out, you know, in a population of a few thousand people, it means you've got maybe 100 or so people who need some extra support. Actually, it's quite a sensible, logical way of figuring out how things get organised. Yeah, and you can keep everything on a human scale. If you move up to a local authority level, and the average local authority in England is 250,000 people, you've already kind of lost it, haven't you? I mean, the way things are going to be organised is already inhuman. Sorry, that was a big, but I think that we've got to deal with some of these kind of structural issues and be clear what the game is. What are we really trying to achieve? And not just get lost in the financial issue, but the financial issue is very important.
It's interesting that for a long time in Scotland at a policy level, it was stated that if we really wanted to do something about inequities in society, we needed to start to intervene at a neighbourhood level. It was, I can't remember, Donald, it was one of those Mayor brothers who headed up the research group that looked into that. But I remember listening to him talk, and it was very powerful and compelling stuff. You know, that you really needed to get down to that nitty-gritty level of the neighbourhood if you wanted to have any impact on inequality. So there's something here about marrying a national system with the benefits that brings, with the need to be based in local communities and work from the grassroots up. And you're saying, Donald, within a context of honesty about the economics of it.
Yeah, so I agree with what Simon was saying about that, the power of the centre and the necessity for control to be devolved to local level. I think one of my problems is if you look at self-directed support, and so I keep harping on about self-directed support because I feel as if it's almost like a child that's been born that's not been allowed to grow up. And, you know, that had within it the ability to address some of the misjoints and the dynamics, which was the citizen becomes the commissioner, the controller.
Yep.
And it saw creativity as a local neighbourhood dynamic. And then it presupposed the adequacy of resourcing of that localism. Now, much as I'm a critic of an awful lot of what happens at local level, I recognise that in Scotland during austerity, the worst ravages of austerity, which we saw south of the border, have not happened at local level in social care in Scotland because of the protection of local authorities, but at the cost of an awful lot. So, you know, we fool ourselves, I think, if we don't recognise that an awful lot of our elected members, wherever they are about the retention of power and influence. And I want to see a radical social care model, which is local, which is neighbourhoods, and which is citizen-led, the ultimate element of local. And for me, that's about budgetary control to make the decisions, whether it's in a residential care, whether it's in buying support to enable you to be independent in your own home. We're light years, whether it be through the CARE Act or SDS, in getting that. And my concern is that this National Care Review may attend to some of the systemic structural issues, but it will not devolve fiscal power and empowerment to the person at the local neighbourhood level.
Mm-hmm. Simon, one of your themes in recent things that you've been thinking about and writing about for some time and recently is the whole notion of the empowerment of the individual through universal basic income. And there's been engagement with that idea in Scotland as a principle, but
yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
In fact, today at 2:00 today, we had the launch of the cross-party parliamentary and local government group on UBI. One of the co-chairs, I think I'm actually not quite, all these parliamentarians, chairs and co-chairs, so I might have the actual nominations right, but there were 2 people from the SNP there, 3 people from Scotland there, Ronnie Cowan was there, Christine Jardine, is that her name? I might be in trouble if I forgot. Yeah. So, so a cross-party group and the Scottish proposals around basic income are on the table. I mean, I have a kind of, maybe this is another kind of crazy pipe dream, but if you think about the issue around individual funding, then, and we want to get rid of means testing. So there has to be some parcel of money somewhere, and we want that control of that money to be as close to the person as possible. And maybe the UBI Plus, which I and others, people like Jim Melder Woodward, have talked about, where we actually just start thinking about this parcel of money, which includes your basic needs, but also could include extra needs, could actually be all conceptualized in the same box. And it may seem a bit extreme, but if you stand back from the changes that we've gone through socially and economically over the last 30, 40 years, you come increasingly to think, well, money is basically just, it's like something on your app. It's like it's on your phone. You know, it's just a number. And actually, we've gone through a period of having local authority bank accounts and systems and paperwork. And in the end of the day, it's just a number which accords to a certain level of power and authority you have. And we've got all sorts of bureaucracy now that is between government and the citizen, which actually you could cut away. And you don't have to give the power to anybody but the citizen, really, I think, if we get this right. So I kind of do think, if you think about the way just technology is evolving and the way public policy is evolving, then actually self-directed support and basic income could come together in some really interesting ways. But you still got to have the thing that Donald mentioned, which I think is the crux, is that still there needs to be a supportive arrangement designed, I think, at a kind of neighbourhood level. The other thing that I'm really interested in is what I call neighbourhood democracy. You know, if we really believe in citizenship, then citizens make decisions about their community, and at what level is that best done? The neighbourhood level.
Yep.
I think one of the things we as a movement really need to start thinking about if we break away from simply always thinking about the group or the social care thing or the health thing or the economics thing, but actually think about ourselves as human beings with kind of our needs are kind of circular, they're human, they're all intertwined. One of the things I think might be exciting is to start getting people thinking about their neighbourhoods and start thinking about where care, mutual support, creativity, the arts all comes together. Think about what Citizen Fest is about. Imagine now asking that question in your local neighbourhood, in your village, in your small part of the city where there's some identity. We had a really interesting discussion in Sheffield about social care under the banner of the Socialist Health Association, where we had professionals, disabled people, community activists, politicians together. And I thought it was really interesting. I thought it was going to be a real head-banging, everybody fighting with each other. But when the agenda became, well, what do we want in Sheffield and what do we want in our neighbourhood? People were on the same page. It wasn't so hard to persuade people that, of the image that I think Donald has sketched out for us. That's attractive to people in a common sense way.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not mobilising any of that because we're still in our trenches, we're still in our silos, we're still in a kind of professionalised or advocacy conversation with government, not a community conversation about the world we want to live in.
Mm-hmm. Donald, do you want to come back on any of that?
I can't contradict or disagree with anything that Simon said. The one thing, and I don't want to take the conversation in a route. I think one of the things that's really worried me during the COVID experience is data. And I've got real concerns that some of the blocks to that communitarian, citizen-led sense of ownership and collectivism, which combines the geriatrician with the person living with dementia with their daughter in the school, is that we are in great danger of losing control over our contemporary resource, which is our personal data. And, I'm really worried when I see some of the proposals, predominantly in England, but I'm not convinced that we're not making the same mistakes in Scotland around some of our health data, around social care data, which are at risk of being sold off to the highest bidder. And I think the ability of citizens to control, to hold, to be in charge of your own data is going to be, if it's not already, a major tool for the sort of social change that we all want to see. But if we don't control and we don't hold on to that data, then our ability to influence and change and control the direction of our future is going to be much more depleted than we can even imagine. So I think those of us in a lot of the social care world and the sort of worlds that we occupy haven't taken seriously enough debates around technology and data and who has control.
Yeah.
Reacted to them, but we've not engaged with them. And I think we do need to ardently.
Yeah, you're taking us on to another dimension there, which is speaking for personally, it seems kind of beyond my grasp in terms of like even understanding it, or what does it mean? These debates around Facebook and data and who's got control.
I don't want to interrupt, but I don't know if you've noted on the side chat that because Simon and I have bookcases, that say some people want to set up a fund to get you a bookcase. If you didn't have a bookcase, maybe the
the egalitarian spirit lives on. Yeah. We've got a short time left, so in the kind of classic hackneyed way, I'm going to ask you just to polish your crystal ball for the future. And because of the kind of conditions we're living in at the moment, I'm not going to ask you to speculate more than a couple of years down the road. But what do you hope to see in 2 years' time, and maybe more pragmatically, what do you expect? Simon?
Okay, so if I expect, I think I'll start with expect, because my expectation is very poor. I mean, I think I've gone through phases of anger with my own government and desperate attempts to fight it and come up with strategies. And every time we have another opportunity to change, we go even further in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
There's a writer, I've forgotten his name for the minute. Anyway, he says getting justice out of the United Kingdom is like trying to milk a vulture. And the rather depressing way of looking at it is that at some level, the United Kingdom itself may have to collapse at some deeper level before we wake up to the situation we're in. And I'm not I don't know what the odds are really, but there is a sense in which some of the way the politics plays out in the United Kingdom is very dysfunctional, isn't it? And so I don't know. I'm not expecting a sudden waking of rationality. I think despair does lead to a certain kind of galvanizing spirit, maybe, and perhaps false storms maybe help you kind of get real. And I think what we're trying to do through Citizen Network is part of that process. It's trying to get people stronger, better connected, better ideas for the future, but also to stop thinking in the same silos. Go and let's listen to what the Finns are doing, because some of that's really good. Or let's listen to what the Canadians are doing, or what the French are doing, and let's learn from each other and start to develop a better story. And then we will have more power, as it were, when we negotiate with government, or when we negotiate with even like the general public, even if we get people a sense of what might be possible. Because that's what's so missing, isn't it? A positive sense of what might be possible instead.
Yeah.
And I think I was really optimistic, just swinging to the other extreme. I've got a call tomorrow, which isn't in Citizen Fest, but I wrote a blog after the last election, which basically said, our only hope here is if we have a kind of grand party of opposition. Like, there are often unity governments, but you could have a grand unity coalition. I don't know that I'm not going to bet my house on this, but it's interesting. If you think about what this SNP really needs, it needs the UK to give it the right to secede. What all the other parties, maybe bar the Labour Party, need, but really the Labour Party does need it, is PR. So there are some kind of basic things that all the opposition parties could agree to, actually: constitutional reform, electoral reform, and I think, something about the climate crisis and the social justice crisis. I don't think, in a way, that the new vision, although there are lots of issues of detail, I think there are a lot of things people, if they were honest and they could get away from the norms of party politics, they could agree on.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of intrigued about whether we could, maybe as citizens, demand that our politicians grow up. I mean, Boris Johnson should make anybody grow up and think that is just unacceptable to be living in a country run by him.
Boris Johnson and Bill Cash in the same room. Donald, your thoughts to wind up this afternoon.
So, I'm not going to say what I think might happen, but I think change is coming. And I hope that in 2 to 3 years, I will hear more from the words of poets than politicians. I hope that I will see a picture of a society which is painted rather than advertised. And one of the things that I've gained most personal reward from in the last 2 years was chairing a national coalition to draw up Scotland's first human rights-based charter for bereavement. And I hope, and I think COVID is moving us towards this stage, that Scotland will become a nation better at talking about the whole of life, which includes our dying, and be able to support one another in our sorrow and in our grieving. Because I think if we approach our nation and our humanity from that perspective, then we make a better job of our living. And that's my hope, that the work that colleagues and others are doing on the Charter for Bereavement will start a conversation about the quality of life and the quality of social care and health and well-being, and that we will be less dominated by tribal politics and the loud noise which so often dominates discourse, and have a little bit more silence, patience, and, dare I say, humility. That's my hope, and the glass is slightly more than half full.
Good. That was a really profound and eloquent way to round off our discussion. You've brought us back to Mr. McCaig. You've brought us back to Aunt Julia, I think. And yeah, big thanks to both of you. Donald, in particular, I know the demands on your time in the last months have been enormous. So for you to contribute in this way to our event is very special. So thank you very much. And to you, Simon, as well. All the different things you're doing this week in Helsinki, Los Angeles, and bigger, even though you're in Sheffield. So thanks to you both, guys. And we'll hand back to our presenters, Clive and Michael. Thank you.
No, I think the only thing I can take out the second half of that debate, Clive, is we should go chip in money and buy John a bookcase for Christmas.
I think you may have a point there. Absolutely. It's interesting how much people sort of get behind an idea, and I think of all the stuff that happened in the last few days, that's the thing that seems to have the most collective opinion, that basically John just does need a bookcase. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think that's definitely a way forward.
I mean, the world's in crisis, and we're buying John a bookcase. So that puts this bookcase perspective for me. So thanks to Simon, Donald, and the chair, John, for chairing that debate. I don't know about you, Clive, but I could listen to them speak all night about human rights, self-directed support, and all that.
Yeah, well, if people are eloquent and passionate about what they say, it's a real, it's a winning combination. So I read some of the comments in between my internet breaking down, which was delightful fun as well for everybody. So my heart's certainly working. Reading some of the comments, everybody is saying, yeah, great, but let's get something going. So who knows where that sort of passion is going to lead to, but it has to lead to somewhere. Otherwise, we just go around in circles agreeing with ourselves. So all we can do is give people a platform, either confirm some opinions or educate people to have new opinions. But I think John and the guys there, Simon and Donald, they had an hour with an interruption. For us, the whole show goes on, but for them to pick it back up with the left from to hit the ground running on 2 occasions, I think caps are doffed, because they did that was quite an extraordinary little piece of TV, for want of a better word. So yes.
Yeah. And I suppose if people missed it, you could always go back and see it and all that. But hopefully, because I know that there's lots of people watching this and stuff, keep your comments coming as well. Leave them below or up above or wherever it is on your laptop, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook. So we're going to move back to a bit of music now, Clive.
No, not necessarily.
No? Okay.
Let me give a bit of definition here.
I think I've got my P45 now, Clive.
Well, you can have an MP45 as well if you wanted. That really could confuse issues. Nice. Soul Food Sisters. It's not about soul, it's about food. Group of migrant women based in the East End to Glasgow and creating a vibrant female-led collective based around their favourite thing, food. So I could try and memorise all that, but I know it'd fail miserably. But they're swapping recipes, ideas, skills, making women's lives brighter. It's a not-for-profit organisation bringing together women from all over the world, ending social isolation and empowering them to develop their talents in the kitchen. So one of our key fellow organisers, or if that's the right word to use, I'm not sure, but Izzy Conway, she coordinates volunteers for an incredible amount of events, and she's part of our organising team. This year, she's been out and about doing all sorts of other bits and pieces, because obviously she can't really get a lot of people to volunteer for an event that's not happening physically. But she was part of the team last year. She's been in and around us this year, and she works with Soul Food Sisters, and her and her gang have put together a little movie. But if you want to volunteer for when we come back next year, bigger and better, a combination of this online stuff and physical stuff will make the worlds collide, and we'll come back bigger, better and brighter. Who knows? If you want to volunteer, get in touch with Izzy. And as Michael keeps pointing out, there's a whole load of ways that you can get hold of us. So if you want to volunteer for anything, whether it's performing, whether it's stage management, whether it's sound, whether it's light, whether you want to do some press, some social media, the list goes on and on, a bit like Michael and I. So I think the thing to do is to really abbreviate this and introduce our next couple of movies. We've got a 3-minute and a 7-minute film, and they're both relating to Soul Food Sisters. So if you're ready and you want to see what they're cooking up, Take it away, chaps.
Saltfood Sister was established in 2012-2013, and a group of migrant women come together to create this amazing project. All of them, they were facing some obstacle, lack of recognition for their qualification, language barriers, and childcare. So they decided to run this project, providing hot meals. Since then, we are mainly outside catering company. We are providing catering for wedding, conferences, small and big events. Since the COVID-19, Saltfood Sister was hit very badly, so we lost all our contract. Then we responded to the crisis. So we were providing free meals weekly or daily, free meals to our local homeless and asylum seekers. So we do generate other incomes from the workshop. So, for example, recently we were just running the first workshop after the lockdown. You can check our website. So it was a big success. So we were running a bakery workshop with Viola, and flower making and yoga. So, very determined to provide a safe environment for everyone. This Saltfood Sister have people from different backgrounds, so we speak different languages, and it's very nice atmosphere.
Okay, so that was a wee insight there into the Soul Sisters food, and that was very interesting there. It gives you a bit of background as well. Clive should be there, but he's maybe still getting his makeup on. He needs a lot of makeup, that guy, sometimes. Oh, don't tell him I said that. Okay, time for another video then. And don't forget, we're here every day up until Saturday. Oh, you lucky folk. We're here up until Saturday, so we're here tomorrow and Friday. Both days begin at 3:30. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I've missed it a day somewhere. I'm losing it, Clive. Help.
Well, unfortunately, I'm back. My internet must be doing a bit of quality control. It's first of all, it hears you and thinks, "Oh, I don't know about that." Then I kick in. I think, as I said earlier on, I think we're a unique concept in entertainment. We're sort of two straight men, if only Little Large hadn't beaten us to it. But it's I think we're getting beaten by time and one or two little gremlins. So we're into the last hour of the show, as they say, and it's been quite remarkable. There's going to be a little amendment to the next part of the evening because we were due to have musicals, monologues, and Macation, which is coming up. But unfortunately, we've had some technical issues. And as you see from the banner at the bottom, that Unity are saying, we apologise, there were some technical issues with original footage from the music and monologues. But Unity will be putting it on their website, so you can catch that anytime you like. So it's www.unity-enterprise.co. I think it might even be .com. But if you put in Unity Enterprise, you'll find them. And we'll also endeavour to show that at a later date. Which also brings me quite neatly to another couple of things. We had Stay Up Late on Monday night, and unfortunately we had a bit of a gremlin or two on our first day, as you know better than I, because you were there to witness it firsthand.
Yeah.
And a couple of the videos there sort of slipped through the net, and we're going to be re-showing them very, very shortly. Before we do, I have to say a big thank you and an apology to Rachel Rien, because just before she finished her set, my internet decided to, I see a bit of quality control and took me out the loop. So I wanted to say thanks to Rachel for everything she did. She had a lot of juggling to do, and she fitted in her extraordinary video in a short space of time. And thanks, Michael, for holding the fort. But we've got a couple of those other videos, I say, that acts that didn't quite make it on Monday night. So you were involved. What happened and what's going to happen?
Yeah, so it was a Stay Up Late gig on Monday night, Clive. It was on till 12:30 on Tuesday on a school night. That was terrible. And there's another another Stay Up Late event on Saturday night. You're all welcome to come. If you want to come, you can just email us stayuplate@gmail.com. Stay Up Late is a campaign in Scotland round about supporting people with a disability to stay later, because as you know, Clive, a lot of people with disabilities go out, but they come back too early at night. So we want to say, no, this is not right that people is taken away early at night. So as a campaign, obviously we can't do anything physical at the moment, like holding gigs or holding events, and it's all online. You're welcome to come on Saturday night. But yeah, we had a few technical issues on Monday night with some of the acts, and we're going to hear from them now. And
not quite now. I decided to interrupt you. Just letting people know they can get themselves ready. We've got the second of the Soul Sisters to come along, Soul Food Sisters even.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Everything goes wrong in the last hour. We were doing so well up to that point, but let's just skim over that and discover that. Skim off what will they do? So yeah, are we ready for part two, guys?
I'm definitely ready for it. I think when it's live, it makes it there's a far more excitable energy in the air. So when things go well, it's fantastic, and when things don't go well, it's possibly better. It's just not so fantastic for you and I.
No, exactly. Yeah, and millions of people watching. That's
but it's certainly high entertainment value wherever you're sitting and whatever you're sitting on. But yes, I am definitely ready for the second part. But this is about the 10th part of flanneling, but I'm certainly ready for the second part of the Soul Food Sisters.
Skim over. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Let's take it as skimmed. Here you go, part two.
Hi, my name is Jamila. I'm part of Soul Food Sisters. I joined Soul Food Sisters in 2015. The previous sister started the project in 2012-2013. They were all migrants from different parts of the world. Poland, Spain, Asian, South American, North African, and they were all facing some obstacles like childcare, lack of recognition for their qualification, employment, education. So they wanted to run this project to improve their lives. We started the business from Clinic Parks as a catering company. So we were catering for big, small conferences, wedding, etc. So yeah, it was a very, very hard and challenging time. In the same time, we provide support to women. Our aim is just improve women's lives by providing food hygiene course, portion control, and we provide a safe environment. The atmosphere is very great, so where women, they just meet all together, share meals, and discuss and learn. Solfegister moved to Gallugate in 2017, where we got like some fund from Big Lottery. It was like almost 3 months of work in progress, where we have invited a local artist to make some work at Solfegisters. Then we were just working on bringing our customer to the east end of Glasgow. Since the COVID-19, Solfegister was hit badly. We lost all our contracts. So, like every business, we were just starting to look for other resources to keep the business going. We got some support from SCBO to provide free meals to local homeless and asylum seekers. So we were here during the lockdown from April till now, and we provide like almost 350 a week free meals for the homeless and the asylum seekers. We are determined to continue working to be part of our community and provide like support to women and improve their lives. Since March, we didn't run any workshops. So for us, workshop, it's a networking event where we invite people to come and share and learn. So we missed our supporters. So we decided to run this workshop with the collaboration with the local businesses. So we provide 3 workshops actually. It was baking with Viola, flower making, and yoga. So I think people, they love it, and I have seen like so many positive feedback. So that's why we are going to come back again, and yeah, at least we can just share and bring everyone the Solfegister in monthly basis.
Nice.
The wedding was successful as well. So for Solfegister team, it was a great experience. Same after the lockdown, we just were stuck at Solfegister providing free meals. But this wedding, like it was like a challenge, but in the same time was like bringing business alive, and we wanted to make sure that we provide the best services. Our team, they were all amazing, and I'm sure that people as well, they enjoyed the meals. We provide food from different parts of the world. Of course, we have got different menu. We have got Algerian menu. We have got the Middle Eastern menu. We have got South American and European menu. So it's diverse. So depending on what we have, like ingredients, so we work like we provide soup on daily basis, and we have always something like focaccia from Italy, and we have got Algerian flatbread from Algeria, or stew. Plus, people, they tend to enjoy our baklava, so we provide a range of tea, coffees, and sweets. What I like about Solfegister is just these amazing women coming from different culture, different backgrounds, and they are all here for something. They all want to share, they all want to help, and I can see the smile on their faces. So this makes me feel very, very happy. So at least we're trying to support women. And yeah, this is our aim, just see other people happy and integrate, and yeah, find at least a place where they go when they can feel safe.
What Soul Food Sisters can do for each of us individually in our own little way. It's maybe helped with mental health issues. It's maybe helped with so many other issues. Isolation, loneliness, and just wanting to be a part of something and building a social circle. That's what we're all about. That's exactly what, if we can do that, we've succeeded. We may be asylum seekers, we maybe come from a refugee background, or we maybe come from the East End of Glasgow with a poverty upbringing, but what brings us together is that common good and wanting to make a difference. And there's plenty of people in this room. In fact, I don't think there's anyone in this room that doesn't want to make a difference, and that's what we're about. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow, that was great. That was lovely, Izzy, at the end of it there, and her resplendent hair, looking like a rainbow. Just brilliant. She does so much coordination, UEFA Cup games, Champions League stuff, and she's a hostess at Celtic and the Commonwealth Games. So we are so blessed to have Izzy on our team, and we're going to see what a huge difference she's going to be able to make when we go live and physical next year. But you can see the passion she brings to all that. She's quite amazing. What a bunch of ladies they are, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, it just comes back again to the festival's name, Clive. We are one, you know, it doesn't matter what kind of background you're in or what kind of skills you just bring them to the table. And I would say leave the labels outside, if you know what I mean by that.
For sure.
Labels, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice little tie-in, because the fest, I don't know, without labouring a huge point, Citizen Fest is a combination really of two festivals. We Are One, which is us guys here in Glasgow with the Scottish contingency, and then there is No Labels, No Labels, No Walls, which is Finland and LA. So it's great because we've come together under the Citizen Fest thing. As you say, these two philosophies are really prevalent throughout everything we do. So it's just great to see Izzy and her gang bringing a whole bunch of people together, and they keep asking the same question. It's not so much what it can do for me, but what I can do for it. So this collective giving, each person putting into the pie, which basically means there's a little bit for everyone to take out, and there's no judgment at all. It's just she's doing a microcosm what we're doing as a festival, what we're doing with No Labels, No Walls under the whole Citizen Fest, and hopefully we'll all be inspired and inspiring enough to do this through the community at large. Fingers crossed.
So don't go away. We've still got a few videos to come up, but I was just looking a quick look before I come on, and I forgot to mention it when Simon went off. Simon Duffy actually will be back here tomorrow.
Ooh, really now? What's happening?
Doing a webinar with Values in Kicks in Scotland at 10 o'clock. But me and Clive will give you a rundown, not top of the pops, but a rundown of what's on tomorrow at the end, because we're nice people that way. Well, sometimes. So, more music now, Clive.
I think so. I think we're going to provide with something we talked about earlier on Stay Up Late.
Yeah.
As Michael was saying, sometimes people can't stay up as late as they want, maybe due to their carers having to go home earlier. So at 9:30, 10 o'clock, they're just getting warmed up, and then suddenly they have to get freezing by embracing the wonderful Scottish winter or summer, as it's called here. So they're getting nicely warmed up, and suddenly they have to go back home. So Stay Up Late has lots and lots of wonderful acts, but unfortunately on Monday, a couple of them slipped through the net. So I think the band we're going to show next is Core. What do you know about them, if anything?
Well, before I mention it, we got a nice comment from Izzy. So Izzy's watching us.
Oh, it turns into the Izzy show. You say one nice thing before you
I
know
know, yeah. So must get, let's go neighbour must have chatted the door and say, hey, these two are talking about you. You better get on here. But yeah.
She's had enough. Yeah, she's had enough.
There you go. Hello. But yeah, Core is a record company. They specialise with people with learning disabilities. If you want to make a music album or single or whatever, and they can support you with that as well. Also, they put on gigs. Goosebright stay up late, but they have their own Core gigs as well. And also at the beginning, they help your consequence as well, Clive. So if you want to be in a band and you're not very consequent, well, they run this 10-week program, and then after the 10 weeks, you actually perform a gig in front of your family or your pals or whoever. So they do fantastic work. They were meant to be on Monday night, as we said. A few technical hitches, but we've got them lined up for you now. So hopefully you'll like Core Records.
Core Records are a record label based in Glasgow who run experimental music projects with young people. Track 1, Rory and the Bumblebees, First Time. Filmed and edited by Emma McCaffrey of Reluctant Penguin Productions at Switch 2019. Track 2, The Boys. Beach, 23rd August. Filmed and edited by Wellington Oliveira at the Glenburn Centre, 2019.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Track 3, Andrew Pettigrew and Friends, I'm a Believer. Recorded, filmed and edited during lockdown 2020.
someone else, but not for me. Lovers are to get me, that's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. And I saw her face, now I'm a believer, without a trace, out of my mind. I'm in love, oh, I'm a believer, if I try. What love is only just a given thing. Seemed the more I gave, the less I got. So always guess I'm trying to get his pain. But I wanted sunshine, I got rain. And I saw her face, now I'm a believer, without a trace, down in my mind. I'm in love, oh, I'm a believer, what a believer if I try. And I saw her face, now I'm a believer, without a trace, down in my mind. I'm in love, oh, I'm a believer, I believe, I believe. I believe, I believe. I said, I believe, I believe. I said, I believe, I wouldn't believe how if I tried.
Well, there you go. Keith will be happy, won't he?
There we go. We're good, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
brilliant. And it's all. I think that's what it's all about, which is obviously not easy for me to say. There's an amazing amount of acts out there. They get huge exposure and money thrown at them and encouragement. And sometimes you wonder why they're there or how they manage to do it. And there's other people with far more energy and passion that don't get an opportunity. So I think what Cord are doing, and I work with labels and studios, is redressing the balance a little bit. So great stuff. I'm so impressed. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I've known about Core for about 3 or 4 years now, and they do a lot of interesting work. And if you want more details, I think the website, or else we'll put it back up on the screen for you if you want to check them out. But also they're on Facebook and Twitter as well.
I want to find out more about them because they've certainly got one or two little of what's left of my grey matter plodding along there.
Yeah, because you were saying, you were busy saying to me, not that you're sitting beside me or anything, but on the chat you were saying that you like one of the songs that they were doing.
Sure did. I sure did. But whether I like it or not, that makes it easier for me. But I like the passion. I like the energy. I like everybody engaging and getting out there and delivering it. Which leads me to say something really quickly, because we're trying to wind up, but not abruptly. We've still got one or two things to get through. I want to thank, on behalf of Gary and I in particular, and the team and the festival, and both festivals, and the Umbrella Festival that is Citizen Fest, a huge hearty thank you. As Francis said just the other day, and repeatedly says it, all the acts are giving up their time and their talent for no fee whatsoever. And some of them could certainly charge a bob or two. So it's extraordinary what they've done. They either sympathise or in most cases empathise with what's going on. They've all embraced an issue or two along the way. So we've had some brilliant stuff the last couple of days, and without looking down and being caught doing it without any prompting whatsoever. Tomorrow we've got the Manchester scene. We've got Damien Madison, who's toured with Donovan and Renettes and all sorts of incredible acts. And the Rain Band, who have supported Kaiser Chiefs, Ocean Colour Scene, Simple Minds, Paolo Nutini, been on the main stage at Isle of Wight. They're Manchester pop rock sort of royalty. So we'll get them tomorrow. So tune in and see them strut their stuff. On Friday, we've got Tom Urie, Big Bob from River City, doing his thing. And that is not to be missed. It really is not to be missed. Quite an extraordinary series of videos he put together. He did a Bohemian Rhapsody one, which got an extraordinary amount of hits, and that's going to be included. He's done a wee special thing for us. We've also got the Renains, who have been out there supporting Top Loader, Who's Scouting for Girls, a whole bunch of other incredible acts. They've filled a couple of venues ridiculously. The Hard Rock Cafe, they played to about 500 or 600 people over a couple of nights. So they're here on Friday night. Electronic Glasgow will be closing the show, playing all night. On Saturday, we've got the brilliant Emma Nayland opening for us. The show starts at 12, but music-wise, Emma's on at 12:30. I'll zip through this, so forgive me. We've got Jessica Lee Morgan, rock royalty. Mum's Mary Hopkin. Those were the days, my friend. And her dad's Tony Visconti. So she comes from an extraordinary pedigree, voice of an angel and all that. Malcolm Bruce, the son of Cream legend Jack Bruce. He's doing an exclusive set. Katie Kittermaster, who's been on the road with Boyzone and Westlife and a whole bunch of others. She just performed the other day, actually, at a socially distanced festival. She'll be performing. We've got The Chosen Lonely, one of Glasgow's premier performers. He's given us a special set, thank you, courtesy of Gary. And King of Birds, a duo doing folk, but mainly Americana. They come from Elderslie, extraordinary pair of guys. And our headline act is Nigel Clark of Dodgy fame, 14 top 40 hits, 6 top 20 hits. So he's done genuinely an exclusive set from his little studio for us. So that's going to be cool. 8 o'clock on Saturday night, and finishing up with You Lot, which is Stay Up Late again.
Yeah.
You and Keith.
Yeah, so we actually, it starts in here in Scotland and it finishes in Los Angeles. So it's going to be a late one, and it's going to be a DJ takeover.
Wow.
So funnily enough, we've got DJs, that's why it's called a DJ takeover. So it starts at 8:30 at night here, and maybe until 8:30 on a Wednesday. I'm not actually sure. So checking with that one. But we'll come back live and we'll speak about tomorrow's programme as well. I know you spoke about the music, but there's other things on like Simon Duffy and all that. So let's speak about that. So I think we've got one more band there tonight.
Yeah, and it's from this day. This is part of my little intended segue. It's the closing chapter of the Stay Up Late band. On Monday night, you and Keith opened with Stay Up Late band, and then we're going to close on Saturday night with you and Keith again doing Stay Up Late DJs. So the very last set tonight is going to be it's the act on Monday night that didn't make the cut for our technical little challenges that we had. So who were we about to show now? Can you remember? I can. Can we to prompt you?
Yeah. I've not got it in front of me.
I'm not going to tell you. This is
too bad.
It's okay. It's not as if anybody's watching. This is Steel Squid. So the other night they didn't get to play. Tonight they didn't get an introduction. But here we go. We're going to remedy both of those. This is Steel Squid from Monday night, and now for the delectation.
Yeah. Okay, that was part of the Stay Up Late campaign, so yeah, there you go. So that was a busy shift.
You say it as if it's finished. There's 13 minutes.
Yeah,
13 minutes
not
to go,
finished.
man.
It's only just begun. It's only just begun. And so, will we have a look to see who's on tomorrow? Because I'm getting millions of messages from David Douglas to say that he's on tomorrow. So I think we better mention his name. I've never heard of him in my life. Have you? Wait, here is he? Anyway, yeah, so thanks to Debbie and them. They've been doing the tech for us all afternoon, and it feels
Cheers,
like all.
chaps.
What?
I said it was a public acknowledgement of thank you. You know, something
thank
you
you.
don't
Yeah.
do. You just take people for granted and dismiss them, but you want all the
Exactly.
support. So I was thanking somebody.
But that's all they're getting. But yeah, thanks to Debbie and them. They've been there all week doing the tech. And it's fun and games tomorrow because they're coming out of the coal cellar. Well, that's what they used to say in my day. Into the studio, into the house, into the bedroom, or whatever. So they'll be here tomorrow at, I think we begin at 3:30 tomorrow, Clive. But before then, we have got Mr. Simon Duffy is doing a webinar with Values Interaction Scotland at 10:30. And also, we've got something at 1:30 tomorrow as well. Clive, never forgot your name there. Peter, simple story to real change. So that looks interesting. Young Scotland Got Talent's on tomorrow again. So you'll see my big ball face tomorrow. Sorry, my beautiful face. We have Sensitive Stories by Palmas again. That is on at 5:15. I'm looking forward to seeing this guy tomorrow, Michael Byrne. Now, you may remember Michael Byrne appeared last year, but unfortunately, I never got to see him. So he's on tomorrow. A very powerful story, Clive. Have you heard him speak before?
Yes. Yeah, I've met Michael. He's an extraordinary life and presence and communicator, everything. Something
Yeah.
not to, something to be valued. I'm trying to think of the right words, but it's an experience and unforgettable, literally. So
Yeah, so don't miss it, 5:30 tomorrow. And also we've got some of you watch this might know Anne-Marie Monaghan well. She's doing a presentation about roundabout self-directed support. We've got Fiona Finn. They've been here all week actually. They were on webinar Wednesday to you. And they were part of the Step Late gig on Monday, Clive.
I know it's the same people. Michael McEwen. It's the same people that keep appearing. It's like the Michael McEwen and his special friends program. I don't know. It's just.
Well,
I demand to see your contract. It's not the same one as mine, you know.
I'll get you next year. It's fine. So they're doing a music comedy workshop tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. So looking forward to that one. And the night finishes at 7:30, but it finishes at 8 o'clock. So Clive, it's been a pleasure, mate. And I will see you one sunny day. Don't know when that will be, but I'll see you soon.
I think we might have another one or two little items. I think we also have a little team video to show. What do you think about that?
I completely forgot about that. Yeah,
I know people's names, people's contributions.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Clive. I'll mention David again. David's on tomorrow. So we've got one more video to show.
Yeah, I'm going to prompt Liam and just tell him it's in control, but see if anybody spotted I just did that. But I don't know if they have. But we've got so many team members, so many of us have put this festival together that we can keep on congratulating ourselves how wonderful it is. But at the end of the day, what we do is we coordinate all the content. So all the speakers and all the musicians and all the discussions, panels, all the speakers, all the content, they basically come to us. So it's been a real pleasure to coordinate it, and we'll all get a wee chance to see who we are and what we do. So this next little video, well, I will let them explain exactly what it is they do, and they are In Control Scotland. Have a wee look at this short video, and you'll find out what they do and what they've contributed to the We Are One festival under the Citizen Fest banner.
Oh, hi. Great to see you. Glad you could make it along. I'm Keith from In Control Scotland, and today I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the things that we've been doing, including our continued involvement in the We Are One Festival of Citizenship. Yeah, I know this year the festival's going online. Still lots of great things to do, but first, before we get to that, I'm going to tell you some of the things that we've been still doing with In Control Scotland. So we've been involved in lots of Zoom meetings, and we've been doing quite a few webinars on all sorts of different topics, including our regular Webinar Wednesdays. And on Friday, a social get-together that we called Feel Good Friday. And on the 1st of July, we're launching a new website. Here's a preview of some of the photos we're going to share. And of course, we're involved in the planning group for this year's online We Are One Festival of Citizenship. This year, the festival has to go online, but it gives us the opportunity to partner up with the international No Labels, No Walls group. There'll be lots of different ways to get involved and hopefully reconnect with old friends and make some new ones. So make sure you keep in touch with us here at In Control Scotland in whatever way works for you. We really look forward to seeing you and hearing from you.
Wow, that's brilliant. And that's Keith. Yeah, Keith deserves a little special mention because he's done so much behind the scenes and involved with the technical stuff. Your partner in crime was Stay Up Late, and his sidekick is the lovely June Dunlop. I don't think she gets enough thank you, basically. June's the what? I think she's the glue. I don't know if that's not the kindest way of phrasing it, but if it wasn't for June, I think we'd all be going off in our own little direction. So she brings us back and gives us these polite little slap in the wrist and tells us how to behave and coordinates it all, and basically puts it together to make sure that we know exactly what we're doing. So
yeah, and also one person you haven't mentioned, Alistair Minty. He's part of the committee, but also he works for In Control. Don't worry, Alistair, I got your name in. That's fine.
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad you remembered his name. It's just. But the thing is, you and my mother are in really good company. Neither of you know my name. You sort of vaguely remember my face and let me talk, in between your pauses. But I'm glad you got Alistair's name in there. That's reassuring.
All right, Peter.
I was waiting for it. I think we've reached the end of a long day, and
yeah,
it's been good fun and good knowledge, and good engagement. Any particular highlight for you, Michael?
Apart from working with you, Clive.
No, I meant a genuine highlight.
I think the whole program's been brilliant so far, but I was looking forward to seeing Simon and Simon, Donald and John. So that was a good debate and stuff. And but I'm just looking forward to see the rest of the program tomorrow. Feet up tomorrow and back to work on Saturday. That's my motto in life.
Okay, can't argue with that. Shall we finish up with introducing our festival theme to close the show, as they say?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah. So
well, I'll tell you the name of the artist, and I can leave the last word to Michael. This is George Borowski and the Fabulous Wonderfuls with their song, which is known as...
I think they're called We Are One. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. I am one, you are two. We are here to be and do. A lonely bell will tear the eye. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. The moon comes down and lifts the wave, also the way that we behave. Girls will dance, soldiers will cry. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Breaking bread, helping hands, an open heart will understand. Keep the faith, so will I. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one